Man, my love.
Uh, I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. Soul bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos. Okay.
Knicks Night family. How are we doing tonight? I am your host, Hoodie Kev. Uncle Freezy is somewhere backstage, I'm sure, doing something. Soon to be joined by City4Real, I'm sure. Probably other guests as the night goes on. I guess tonight's big news. Got my string cord all tangled up. Tonight's big news is our very own Tom Thibodeau winning the 2020-21 NBA Coach of the Year. Let's give a round of applause to Coach Tom Thibodeau. Very well deserving. Robert Parr, evening. Kane Jerry, Wilson Dang, Knicks man. So yes, it's believe it or not, as much as I've been on time, I'm very proud and congratulatory anytime something positive happens to the team. So, it's a great win. I'm sure that in his own way he's very thrilled at getting the win. A lot of people had Monty Williams winning. I honestly didn't think he was going to win personally, but shows how much I know, right? But you can say, as Uncle Freezy said, he worked with the least and got the most, if you want to believe that. So congrats to him. Congrats to Tom Thibodeau's incredible coaching job, and not just Tom Thibodeau. This goes to Mike Woodson, Kenny Payne, Johnny Bryant, Dice Yakamura, the entire coaching staff for being able to put the players in the positions that they were put in for them to have success. The team played very hard every single night, and that is a testament to Tom Thibodeau. So congrats to him. I know many of you are wondering, Hoodie Kev, you've been killing Tom Thibodeau all year long. This is true, I have. It doesn't take away from the fact that this is his evening. He's the third coach in Knicks history to win Coach of the Year. First time in 28 years since Pat Riley won it in '93, and before that, Red Holtzman won it in 1970. So that's pretty good company. It's pretty good company to keep with Coach of the Year honors. Excuse me. I'm at work as usual. 'Tis my life. Hopefully, this is probably one of the last times you see me at Knicks tonight here in this setting. Hopefully, if everything goes according. So I think it's gonna be a quiet night. It's like a Monday night, so it should be pretty quiet. I need to knock on wood because I don't want to jinx myself. Robert Parr, you're right. The entire staff gets credit. Robert Parr says this organization has made some accomplishments this season and deserves to get recognition, finally. Robert Parr, I agree with you. Jay Boogie, I see you in the chat. Good evening. You know, I've to those who say that I've bashed Tom Thibodeau, I don't believe that anyone is above, you know, anyone is above criticism. So, we'll just have to see what happens. This is going to be an interesting off-season. Yeah, I want McDonald's. But this is sweet tea. I think I'm out, though. I am out, because that's basically just water. It's just water, everybody. But luckily, I got something that's going to keep me up until 7 a.m. I'm not a spokesperson or anything. This isn't an infomercial. This ain't infomercials at night. Ain't no shame in my game. It's going to be refreshing. I'm a drinker. Not an alcoholic drinker, but a drinker. If I did drink alcohol, I'd be on the floor. Cuts, Knicks, and Knicks with good Blorange tears. Salute to you. I think I'm riding a little bit solo right now. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'm about to exit out the screen. Ain't nobody riding nowhere. We'll cut this short. Yes. Or if our drunken Hoodie Kev, I'll be on the floor. This is why I don't drink alcoholic beverages, because I know I like to drink. I like to consume beverages. So if I had a taste for alcohol, whew, that is a hereditary trend. So, the season is over. So the Knicks have won Most Improved Player by Julius Randle and Coach of the Year by Tom Thibodeau. And so far this offseason, I have been on record by saying Tom Thibodeau is not the long-term answer, and Julius Randle needs to go. Oh, Robert Parr. I had a Long Island iced tea one time. Well, no, I sipped a Long Island iced tea. I was duped into thinking it was a regular tea. I was like, oh, a tea, yeah, I'll take that. Thanks. Whoa. No. This is not a Arnold Palmer. Uncle Freezy had a show earlier today about who the Knicks point guard should be next year. How this roster is going to take shape next year. Who's going to be back? Who's going to grow and develop? Are we going to take that next step? And when I was listening to the show, and I listened last night when Uncle Freezy said he wants to go in and draft a player, I thought to myself, Uncle Freezy, you wily old fox, you have deceived all of us. Because all season long, think about this. All season long, Uncle Freezy like, I'm double parked. I don't got time. I won a championship. How many of y'all in the chat of the people watching right now has heard Uncle Freezy say, I'm double parked. I ain't got time. Anybody's heard Uncle Freezy say that at some point in time this season? Put a thumbs up if y'all heard Uncle Freezy say that he was double parked. If y'all heard those words escape his mouth, put a thumbs up in the chat. Bim. Yes. So Uncle Freezy was like, I'm double parked. I ain't got time. I need to win the championship. I ain't seen the championship since I was a little boy and they was calling me Uncle Freezy. Those ain't my championships. Those are my uncle's championships. I want my own championship. Wapo. Salute. Chris Chang. So Uncle Freezy has spent this whole time getting us that he wants to win at all costs. But he doesn't have the guts to do what it takes to get a top 3 point guard in the NBA. That seems to me like you parked perfectly fine, Uncle Freezy. That seems to me like you was straight in the lines. He used to be in the military. He has fallen in line, as they say. Uncle Freezy. Because if you were double parked, the cost wouldn't mean anything if you knew that it was going to upgrade your team. Because once the team is upgraded in talent, right? Because here's like, what's going to happen is Damian Lillard's going to come here and slip on a banana peel at Madison Square Garden. You guys got to hold on. They want me to drop the link. So, because I'm on my laptop, but I'm on my work desk. That's why I keep looking this way. Because I'm on my work desk looking at the live stream. But I'm on my laptop on that. So I get to get on my phone to find out what's going on. Give me 1 second, everybody. Because then I got to go over here. I got to type it in. But I guess I can still talk while I do it, right? So Uncle Freezy has been saying, I'm double parked. A person who's double parked is going to do everything in their power to get better, to go to that next level. Because, hey, we're not even in the same breath as the Atlanta Falcons. Well, I keep saying the Falcons. The Hawks, same bird. Hawks, Falcons, whatever you want to call them. Right? And so Uncle Freezy has sat here and told us all this. Did I do that right? I didn't do it right. Hold on. I messed up, everybody. Let me do it again. I mean, according to my sources, Spree, we're going to be doing big things. But not free agent wise. No. All right, there it is. Spree, well, don't get food. Oh, there's the man who's double parked, who wants a rookie point guard, right? Like a rookie point guard is really going to take us to that next level. I got news for you, Uncle Freezy. They're not. We're not even going to have a first round pick. Mark my words. If the New York Knicks draft a point guard to be the starting point guard.
Man, you coming after me already? I just got here. You coming after me already? I just got
I have been coming after you.
You didn't even
because
say
you
hello.
Hey,
Hoodie
have
Kev, how you
deceived
doing?
us.
Hey, Jay Boogie, Spree, what's good? Hoodie Kev, you didn't even say hello. Hello, Hoodie Kev. How you doing?
Hello, deceiver.
Yeah, you just coming straight for my neck, huh? Okay.
That's how we do.
Yeah, we don't want to do
has
that.
deceived us all season long, talking about you double parked. You ain't got no time. The deception, Uncle Freezy. And now when the foot meets the pavement, you would be, I want a rookie point guard. I don't want an elite player. I want to stay in my nice, safe, cozy lane because it makes me feel good on the inside. I want to be safe.
Jay
I don't
Boogie,
want
how you
Dame
doing,
Lillard
man?
to come here and slip on a banana peel.
Y'all doing good?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Freezy. Just to answer your question, but let y'all finish beefing.
Yeah, I don't know where this cooked beef come from. I just jumped in like y'all. All of a sudden there's some type of beef. I don't know. Spree, what's good?
Right.
Oh man, I had to hop on. Happy for Coach Thibs. He's not perfect. He's got flaws. We could talk about minutes. We could talk about stubbornness. But you know what? The stubbornness and the minutes got him the award, got him the win. So salute to Tom Thibodeau on this night. I got to give him love. Does he have to evolve as a coach? Absolutely. Like any coach out there has got its own things that we got to work on. But overall, man, I'm happy he got some recognition. Yeah, I thought he deserved it.
Yep.
And that's no knock on Monty or Quinn. I would have been happy if those guys got it too. Those guys deserved it too. All of them deserved it. But when you look at what we were projected to do compared to those dudes, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, man.
I just want to say thank God they got it right. I knew he should have had it over Monty. They got too many elite players over there.
Yeah.
You got a bona fide bucket go-getter. You got a big man. You got a bunch of role players. And then you put a general in there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't got none of that. We had a whole bunch of I wonder what's gonna happen. And a lot of good things has happened for us, you know what I'm saying, throughout this great offseason leading on to this on season that we're on right now. I'm happy that man got it. Cody, I've been calling him that. I've been asking for it. And it made my early morning just feel that much better knowing that we got some more things to work with. You know what I'm saying? Take that for everybody that want to say nobody wants to play with him. Take that for everybody that want to say nobody ain't going to want to, play his type style. Take all that. Let's see some more hating that y'all pull out your rabbit hats and try to do some magic more with. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, we got a most improved player and a Cody, and we had a final 3 catalysts, 6 man of the year, and a whole lot of cap space, a whole lot of draft picks, and a whole lot of future get ready to happen. Shout out to my man Rob right there, too.
No doubt, no doubt. What's
good,
up,
Rob?
yo, bud? Ain't nothing. Hey, bro, I got to send you that picture. I'm going to have to get your math again.
Man, you playing games, man.
Man, look.
Oh, wow. He went in the yellow light.
He got too excited, man. It happened.
Hey, yo, I used to rock up there in Durham, so let me let y'all know a little inside drink up there in Durham comes from McDonald's. I think that's what Hoodie on right now. A lot of people, I used to drink it too. You know what I'm saying? A chocolate Coca-Cola shake. And I see them pull out that McDonald's cup, and then I see them pull out that Coca-Cola. I said, yeah, Hoodie drinking that chocolate Coca-Cola shake straight out Bull City finest drink.
No, this is it started out as a regular iced tea, but I drunk the iced tea, so I just refilled it with Coca-Cola.
In the same cup? In the
What you
same
eating,
cup?
Taco Bell?
This is McDonald's.
Oh, okay. Got
Bro,
it.
your gut must be made out of steel, bro. You steel gut.
What?
You put Coca-Cola on top of the iced tea?
No, the iced tea was gone. The cup was empty. And so
But
I refilled the Coke in the cup.
So it was still like, okay, all right. Hey, man, you have gut of steel.
He drinking a tea chaser. Spree, what up, man? Good to see you, man. Dang.
Hey, man, I'm fired up. I'm happy to be here, man. That, like you said, man, that hearing that news made my day. I was just happy. I was like a proud father, you know? Because you really, we know, not everybody. Everybody's just looking at standings. We know how much every single night this team brought their lunch pail and their hard hats to deserve all those wins, man. You know it, J Book.
Yes.
Because you're a real one.
I have a question for you all for the panel. I have a question for you.
First of all, what's good, guys?
What's up, Hadouken?
I could have sworn Hadouken had already spoken. What's going on?
I didn't talk yet. What's
Logan
good?
in the front, man. Salute to you, Hadouken.
What's good? What's good?
It's my
How
guy.
you guys doing?
Gave me the link for the Mayweather fight. I love that guy.
I paid for it. I don't know what you're talking about.
That wasn't even a fight. That was just, I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
So let me ask you all a question. I'm going to put this out there in the universe. So all season long, this season, we got 41 wins. They were great. Well, deceiving, really. And we had, the Knicks fought hard, and we brought our hard hats, and and you know, we went out there and outwilled everybody. Right? And we were proud of that, right?
Oh, this is your narrative about being happy about mediocrity. I'm guessing.
No. The question is this.
I'm excited for this question. Shoot.
As Knicks fans, don't you want to watch a team where wins just come easy?
I think every team hopes that.
Sure, it's just we're not at that stage yet.
But what stage is that exactly? Because like I said, you're like, we're so happy this team fought hard all season. But there's plenty of teams that just roll the wins. Like they just another win for us.
You mean
they don't even?
Those teams have better talent on their rosters.
I mean, it's not just Brooklyn. There's plenty of teams that coast. They can coast and are still like 50-win teams. You know what I mean? Like it just the winning, the scoring, it just comes easy. And the Knicks, like, we got to fight and outwill everybody.
Like who? Name them.
Like Milwaukee, for example. Like,
right.
How about this? Any team that can rest its star player for the entirety of the fourth quarter.
Wait. Don't Milwaukee have a 2-time league MVP?
They do.
Okay. Do the Knicks have one?
We have a 1-time MVP.
Yeah.
So I threw that in there.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got an MVP on our team, don't we?
Yeah, but he's not. But the question was 2-time league MVP.
Oh, so 2 is just better than 1, I guess. Okay, you're right.
That wasn't the question. The question was, do we have a 2-time league MVP?
We have a one-time MVP.
In their prime.
That was. I mean, are we gonna keep moving the goalposts? Okay, so that's what we're gonna
That matters.
The goalposts.
Derrick Rose is on the back 9 here.
This is so anti-Nick right now.
How is it anti-Nick by saying the Knicks have an MVP on their team? Because Uncle Freezy will go out there and say,
not that answer, not that answer. The question that you asked is anti-Nick.
No, the question is not anti-Nick.
No,
the question is pro talent.
Question.
That's the question is pro talent. That right there is where I'm getting at. Like you, Uncle Freeze, and I watched the Knicks morning drive. And I don't want Damian Lillard. He's gonna slip on a banana peel.
How long did it take the Bucks to get a Giannis? How many years? How many years were the Knicks the Bucks terrible before they got Giannis?
Not long.
Yeah, exactly. Not long. Right, like 11 years. That's not long for some people. For me, that's quite a long.
They weren't. Hold on. No. They weren't. They weren't terrible for 11 years. Because the Michael Redd years, they were playoff teams.
What was that, like 2003?
No, that was like 2008, 2009.
Yeah, the Sam Cassell, Michael Redd backcourt. Yeah,
look at that.
So that wasn't 11 years. That might have been like 5-6 years.
Sam Cassell, Michael Redd. Let's see this.
Because Michael Redd made the Olympic team in 2008.
Right.
So that narrative is false.
Huh. Michael Redd.
Yeah. So my thing is this, Knicks fans. Why are Knicks fans so afraid of acquiring just elite talent? Don't you want it? Don't you crave it?
I mean, yeah. Can I start this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So you're not wrong in saying, yes, there are teams in this league that can coast, and it's easier for me as a fan because you don't have to stress every night watching your team play. And some teams can have guys take nights off, but the reality is unless you get Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, or unless you acquire a team that already had all-star talent, we were at the bottom, and we had to really build this thing up. So we just need to continue to get more talent, man. I mean, you can't expect a team that was projected to win 22.5 games that absolutely stunk last year to go all the way to the top and be the team that you want that can coast and be a 50-plus win team. That just doesn't happen overnight. Name me a team in the NBA that's happened to outside of getting Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh together. I'm sure there's a few others, but there's unique situations to that. So for you to get that means that we need to either strike a trade to get another all-star player, or we need to hit a home run in free agency, which is possible. But I don't know.
Hey, so Free, let me ask you this. How come other franchises can draft their own superstars, but the Knicks can't?
They can. That's one way.
How come Portland can draft LaMarcus Aldridge and Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum, but the Knicks have to go out and pay for their own star?
We can draft them. But we have to pick the right player.
Because of the fan base, people don't wait. You have one good season, and people want to trade for everybody else. That's why.
Right.
It's because of the fan base.
Rob.
They don't allow that. What's up, Freeze? If conversations like this don't allow it, because soon as they find somebody free, the New York media is going to make a run at them. And then sometimes it's even unwarranted, because I don't even think it comes from the player most of the time. It's the sports writers. Oh, as soon as somebody get free or they lose, they put them in New York. They shake up the fan base, and we talk about it all summer
Can I say
because what
something?
somebody said.
Can I say something? One second, Rob. So, so Uncle Freezy, the Portland Trailblazers did not draft LaMarcus Aldridge. He was drafted by the Chicago Bulls.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
yeah,
I just put that in the chat to Andre Bryant. That's right. Yeah. So, but my point is, they acquired him on draft night, Kev. They didn't trade for him during the season.
and
Right.
Brandon Roy.
Right. They
So
acquired.
they didn't even draft those two players.
Right, but they acquired them on draft night.
The Warriors drafted Curry and Klay Thompson.
Right.
Because
right.
the New York.
Okay, Rob. I'm sorry.
The New York sports market doesn't allow for growth. See, when you go to these small towns like this here, they'll read about their team in the paper and they'll pull for it. And then that's it. The sports writers are with the team. Everybody are with the team because they don't want them to leave. New York got 2 basketball teams, 2 football teams, damn near 3 hockey teams. And now if you're not winning, they just downgrade you. The sports media.
Right.
So they put pressure on organizations not to let players stay long. Because they always looking for the next best thing. And the Knicks and the Yankees are like the top of the line for that.
Right.
You know, they don't give them a chance to breathe. As soon as they're all-star available, no matter what it is, the market is going to say and the fan base is going to say, trade for him. And then 2 years later, they trashing the same player. So you have to have an organization that's strong enough not to listen to anybody and put their own plans. And it seems like we finally have that now.
I agree.
Right.
So no matter what we want, it doesn't matter because they showed that they're doing it the right way. And we just got to trust into them and just be quiet and just see what they do and root for the team every year.
Right. So I just want to throw this on top of what Rob is saying because I agree. I agree totally, but I just want to add one thing. The thing about people forget about the media is a business also. They put this stuff out there so that they can stay in business also. You know what I'm saying? They like doing Knicks for clicks. It keeps them alive. They don't just do it with the Knicks. They do it with government. They do it with politics, whatever it is. They do. They gotta stay afloat. So they gotta sell papers. They gotta drum up interest. So these narratives that come out is just so that people can pick up the paper and listen. It's been going on for so long that we can't be offended by it, right? But what I will say to what Hoodie Kev is saying, nobody is adverse to us accumulating talent. We just want to accumulate talent in a different way. The narrative that people are allergic to talent acquisition is false. What we'd like to do is accumulate talent in the cheapest way possible, which is the draft. And here's one to put a thorn in Hoodie Kev's side. If Kevin Knox wasn't trash, we wouldn't be going out looking for a superstar. If we had Michael Porter Jr. in the draft, then we wouldn't be looking for a wingman. So now you're admitting that our draft has not been good enough. So we have to go out to another team and accumulate talent.
I mean,
so it's either one or two things. Either Kevin Knox is going to become something, or we need to go out and get talent. But you can't straddle the fence because it makes you look like a hypocrite. So if you believe in Kevin Knox, then the draft is one of the things that we should use to accumulate talent. If you don't believe in Kevin Knox, then we need to go out and get free agents. So it's got to be one or the other, but you can't talk out both sides of your mouth and then make it seem right.
No. That is false.
So you don't believe in Kevin Knox?
Hold on. Let me explain why that's a false. Go ahead.
So you don't believe in Kevin Knox?
Did you ask? Are you going to let me answer the question? So no team who's elite relies solely on their draft picks. Every team that is elite, every team that wins a championship has a mixture of both. They have that player who they drafted, who they built up for the cheap, and then they bring in other people from the outside to complement that. Case in point,
I
you
like
brought
to
up
hear examples. I like to hear
the
examples.
Milwaukee Bucks.
Right.
The Milwaukee Bucks drafted Giannis Antetokounmpo, a two-time MVP.
Right.
But they brought in Brook Lopez, Kevin Middleton, Drew Holiday. Who else plays on that team that's significant? Like, excuse me, everyone else.
Have they won a championship?
No, they have. So you want to talk about teams that won championships? The defending
You
NBA
said,
championships. Hold on, the defending NBA championships
the bar
drafted
is set at championship.
who on the last year's defending NBA champions did they draft and develop to help them win a championship? The reigning defending NBA champions, Kyle Kuzma.
Right.
Did they draft LeBron James or Anthony Davis or Rajon Rondo or Dwight Howard?
Yeah. Your point is well taken.
Any of those players?
There's three ways to acquire talent: draft, free agency, and trading.
Right.
Those are the three ways. I don't think you can ignore any one of them. But what I agree with Freezy is the cheapest way to do it, especially starting out as a team with not a lot of talent, is to hit on your draft picks, because that you'll acquire more talent in a cheaper fashion if you do it that way. That's younger. That you can then use those pieces to trade. So I don't even see, that's the thing. I don't think we're at the point yet, to Freezy's point, even though, yes, I want to see what we can do in trades and free agency. I want to look at everything that's realistic that's going to help this team improve. That's the question. Will it help me improve? But I said this last year too, even when we drafted Obi and Quickly. It's probably going to be this year's draft because we got a lot of picks in this draft, before I can honestly say we have enough young talent to go out and make a trade that I think people want to make. Not to say we can't do it now. I just would be more comfortable after the draft. That's why we got to hit on these picks, to Freezy's point. That's what the focus should be.
I mean, with that aspect is this. And I was only going at it because Uncle Freezy, and as I started off, keep saying that he's double parked. And he don't got that much time. Right? So if you're double parked and you don't got that much time, then you shouldn't have that much time to go through the process of developing, and solely relying on that, right?
Some of us are in our 50s and we've never had our own champion.
So which one is it, Uncle Freezy?
So listen. So first of all, this whole thing of you want to argue for no reason is driving people nuts. All right? We could talk about the Knicks without trying to argue, bro.
This isn't arguing. This is having conversation.
Yeah, for some. Right? So for me, this is what I like. What I like to see us do. Draft us a young point guard, maybe two. Bring in 2 young point guards. Develop them in the image of Tom Thibodeau, and you can develop and win at the same time, because Tom Thibodeau proved you can do that this year, right? He developed quickly, Obi, RJ, and Mitch to a certain extent this year, and the team won, and the team was 10 games over 500, right? And made the first round of the playoffs, right? If they draft a guy this year, it's not like you're going to have 10 first-year players, because next year Frank will be a 5th-year player, Knox will be a 4th-year player, Mitch will be a 4th-year player, RJ will be a 3rd-year player, Quickly and Obi will be 2nd-year players. So it's not like you're going to have a nest full of rookies. You'll have young veterans, right? And there's nothing wrong with young veterans as long as they play their roles, right? So you draft your point guard and you develop them, right, into a system that you put in place. That infusion of energy and athleticism will help this team because you saw a lack of energy and athleticism in the playoffs. Did they play hard? Yes. Did they have the athleticism and sprightness to keep up with the Atlanta Hawks? No. It was evident. It was evident. We looked old and discombobulated against the Hawks, especially when they would go on an 8-0 run. We would look old and confused, right? We need that young energy on the floor. That's what we need right now. Reggie Bullock cannot dribble, right? Alec Burks is streaky. We can't use that as those guys can't be our foundation going forward. And Hoodie Kev, if you disagree with me on what I just said, what it'll look like all year long, you said the same exact thing. And if you argue with me on this point, it looks like all you want to do is argue. Because you usually did say the same thing all year long. Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks are not it. You said the same thing.
I'm not disagreeing about that. I was the only one who saw through their facade.
Nobody said they were the answers. I just said that they were part of the system this year, but we all understand that we needed to upgrade at Reggie Bullock's position. We all understand we needed a all-star point guard, a starting legit point guard in the league, which we didn't have to start games. And we also didn't really have, to be fair, even with Noel and Mitch, we didn't have a bruiser or a stretch four type of player consistently. Stretch five, I'm sorry. Obi started to become that later on, but we need a point guard. More than anything, yes, I want to upgrade Reggie's position. We got to upgrade the 3 and the 1.
We have a 3 on the bench.
Okay, fine. But I still think we need a 3. Even with your boy on the bench.
Maybe we need a reserve role, like someone just coming in the cheap to be his backup.
We need a point guard, and the question the Knicks have to ask themselves is this, okay? I don't know the draft. I'm not going to sit here and talk like I'm an expert. Do I watch college basketball? Yes. Do I know all these guys? Absolutely not. I'm not going to come on here and say that I know who's the next all-star point guard in the draft. I'll defer that to the experts like Legion, Coach Color Blocks, and all my boys. And man, who I know watches a lot of college hoops. All I'm saying is this. If the Knicks believe that there's an all-star point guard that they can go and get, whether it's trading up or whatever, I'm cool. Do that. If they think they can get Damian Lillard and not give up RJ Barrett and just trade away draft picks for Damian Lillard, and maybe I'd prefer not to give 2 of 3 of Obi, Mitch, and Quickly, but that's a tough one, but if that's what it takes, then I would consider that. I don't know the answer to these things. I don't think the Knicks know. But the reality is they have to find a way to get a starting caliber point guard to ride this thing. So Julius Randle doesn't get worn out and the whole thing doesn't go through Julius. We have to take the pressure off of Julius. We did not do that this year. That's why, as good as he was, teams can load up. You can load up. Julius, as good as he is not with his size and his body. If you put a bigger, stronger dude on him, like the Hawks did, just throwing bodies and faking him out, he's gonna struggle. Needs help. So that's where I'm at.
Yo, well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to help Freezy out. Freezy, you still there? Where you at? Where Freezy go?
He's probably somewhere. He's probably listening.
Wait
a minute.
Yeah.
How you come in somebody's house?
Hey,
and they go right to their refrigerator.
I didn't. I was after Jay Boogie, so I gave everybody a chance. I'm sorry, Jay Boogie. Go ahead, because you was talking about Freezy. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna go ahead and try to help Freezy out at the same time. Just give him two options and see which one. I know which one I would like, but this is all the options that we got. It seems like Leon Rose has made a friend up in Detroit. So if he's made a friend up in Detroit, right, and Detroit don't get that number 1 pick, because we know if that number 1 pick come about, we know what's happening. It's Cunningham. He's gone. If Detroit don't get that number 1 pick and they wind up with that 2 or that 3, really that 2 pick would be more helpful. Would you take Mitch? Trade Mitch? 2 of our first round draft pick, and we got 3. Right. You can give them the Dallas pick, you can give them the swap pick with the Clippers, and next year give them one of those picks because we're in desperate need for a point guard to move all the way up to get Detroit pick and get that Suggs because Detroit going to get that boy from USC. They don't need a point guard. So, in other words, they need a big. They need a big because they got a point guard for the future. You know what I'm saying? The boy they got last year, the left-handed boy. So they got a point guard. So that's the only way we're going to be able to get a point guard inside this draft. If not trade up for him that way, you might as well sit back with one of them picks and go ahead and grab that boy out of Auburn, that Cooper boy. He's about the same height as Trae Young. You know what I'm saying? He can break you down off the dribble, do whatever he want, get inside the lane. He can do all that. Those are 2 scenarios. If you want a point guard out of this draft, but me personally, I want Dame Lillard on this team. I don't care how you got to go get him. Everybody keep talking about these draft picks and saving these draft picks. Man, I ain't trying. Listen, Boston got 2 elite all-star with a Kemba Walker who know how to get down and do what he do when he ain't injured. And they still got all them draft picks. And guess what? We was better than them this year. I'm not trying to be tied up with all these draft picks and ain't doing nothing with them. So Dame come about, man, I want Dame. You give him 2 picks this year. You can give him a pick next year. Sure. And you know what I'm saying? That's 3 first-round draft picks right there. And you can give him something else. You give him one of these young ball players on our team, maybe 2 of them. But you ain't gonna have to give up RJ. You ain't gonna have to give up quickly. You ain't gonna have to give up Obi. I hate to say it, Hoodie, but yeah, Kevin Knox, he can go. Mitch, he can go. Because we can replace those 2, you know, right there and go get Dame just like that. Bring him over here onto this team. Because I didn't say it. Brian Windhurst, he the one that said it, if y'all remember, in the middle of the season. Yeah, Brian said it live on ESPN.
He didn't say the name.
Are in position to go get a disgruntled all-star and then sign a free agent all-star. He said it. He saw this right here coming before it even happened. And guess what? Damian's the disgruntled all-star. You go get, man, and then sign another all-star after that. But you got to have a major piece that can go get somebody else to come with you. You know what I'm saying? That's the first step you got to make. So if we got a chance to get Dame, I'm all for it. I'm ready to go because I ain't double parked. But, man, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something, not now, but right now. Do what you got to do and go get a marquee killer. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn ain't going to get no better. They just going to get more chemistry. Milwaukee on their way down sliding. Atlanta, they can't get no more better because they money tied up. Guess what? Boston, get down there where we was at in that dungeon. Toronto, get down there in that dungeon where we was at. Indiana Pacers, they ain't got an identity. Guess what? We got an all-star player that's getting better and is still young, and we got a coach of the year, and we got cap space, and we got picks, and we got – man, stop playing, man.
I'd pick up Damian Lillard at the airport with you, Jay.
Yeah, I don't even want to hear nothing else about these draft picks because we could have went stole Bradley Beal, but everybody's like, oh, the picks. Guess what? The picks wound up being 19 and 21. Y'all still want to hold on to them picks? Guess what? Ain't nothing coming in the year 2023-24, 2024-25 season as far as high school ball players coming out of college. Ain't nothing coming. Nothing. This here's the draft. If you ain't going to get it in this draft and we're not going to get it in 19 and 21, you might as well go ahead and make some major moves, man. I'll be watching that college. I see what's going on. We can replace Mitch and go get that boy Gaza with the first pick in the second round from out of Iowa because they ain't even got him nowhere in the first round. A young joker. So me personally, I want his elite all-star while we got all these young boys and can do it.
Fair.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages.
There not be no boys woke at this hour.
You know, they always somebody sneaky J Boogie. You know how you was when you was a teenager, doing stuff your parents told you not to do.
I want it in the house.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. First of all, salute to the chat. You know, salute to my brethren up here on the panel. So I'm gonna have to backtrack here real quick, and I'm gonna catch up real quick. It's gonna take me less than 45 seconds because I talk real fast. So let me go ahead and get in my position real quick. So let's start this thing off right. So Kev's initial question was, why is it as Knicks fans do we? I'm gonna paraphrase here. Are we okay with not having wins that come easy? Okay, is that I paraphrase, Kev? Is that accurate? I don't want to misquote you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So for argument's sake, let's say this. I believe in the fact that there are a lot of nuances that come along with building a roster, right? All right. So you know you could draft well, and you could hit on those people like we hit on Quickly, we hit on Obi this year. So many years in the past, we were horrible at the draft. The Knicks have not had a good draft record forever, right? Forever. For the one bright spot that you get in the draft, which was if you go back, I think Patrick Ewing always jumps out at me for whatever reason. That's the one, right? And then subsequently sprinkled in there like pixie dust. You may have somebody else that you can say we drafted and they played well. But we already discussed the fact that New York Knicks fans are not patient, and we get confused, and then we try to accelerate. We overstep. We overstep, right? So if you have I'm gonna equate this to, again, most of my experience comes from military, right? So I always equate things to military aspects of a point of view. You will not generate a battle plan that you have gotten all your generals and everybody else together. You surveyed the battlefield. You know who your enemy is. You have a plan to go defeat the enemy, right? And then mid-battle, you say, oh, guess what? I'm going to change the strategy. You know, we have talked about this for 6 months, but now in the heat of battle, I'm just going to change everything that's going on and expect to win. Come on, stop playing. Stop playing with me right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be for real. New York Knicks fans, this is what I need for y'all to do, right? This is the end of an overachieving season, right? So I need for you to make a commitment as a New York Knicks fan to be grounded. Number one. Number two, I hear people saying that they have confidence in this front office. I do as well. So be confident in the front office until they prove you wrong. We have not had the opportunity to be confident in the front office. Go ahead, Kev.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Personnel-wise, like player personnel-wise,
mm-hmm.
What exactly has this front office done to give you that
Absolutely
much
nothing.
confidence?
Nothing. But I'm saying what people are saying. But for me personally, I'm going to tell you what the front office has done. They have not come in and upset the apple cart. They evaluated what the current situation was, and then the moves that they made have been able to bolster or even sustain what our current level is. So they didn't come in here and start firing a whole bunch of people, trading a whole bunch of people, and bringing a whole bunch of overpaid free agents in that's going to ruin the cap and our future, right? They didn't do that. They came in and said, "Okay, I'm going to evaluate what we got, and then I'm going to make my decision based on that evaluation." What brings us to the midpoint of the season when we were talking about free agents and them not making moves. And at that point, the best move was the move not made, other than the Derrick Rose and Taj Gibson move, which proved to be fruitful. We won 41 games. We were the number 4 seed in the playoffs. Now, I say all that, and we didn't win a playoff series. No, we didn't. But we overachieved based on where we were at the beginning of the season. So when you look at the potential to be able to make those I call them microscopic moves, that builds confidence in your roster, right? Those things that you've been telling your players over and over again and practice and shoot around comes to fruition. And people begin to buy in to the scheme of what's going on the team. What I don't want to do, and I hear these conversations happen every offseason. And our offseason just happens to start before everybody else is because there's still basketball being played, right? I'm not a person that gets overexcited about simple things. I'm a very simple person. I still eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I still like to go get me some fried bologna and take the red ribbon off the side, put it in the pan and let it puff up, right? You know what I'm saying? And then when it gets puffy, you get the burnt edges around the end, put some mustard on some bread, throw your piece of cheese on it, and you go to work. I'm simple like that. I don't need filet mignon and caviar, and I don't have that kind of budget anyway. I say all that to say this. I don't know what this front office is going to do this offseason. I would just like to see them stay the course.
If I may throw something in.
Sure.
And I thought about it today. And did you know the Knicks have raised season ticket prices for next season already?
Yeah, saw that.
Yeah, it's been out for like since the season.
It's like 2 weeks ago, right? Or 3 weeks
ago? But then I thought to myself, I said, wait a minute. These dots aren't connecting, because when someone says stay the course, this is what I mean, right? And this is what's been lost this season. You all know who our owner is, right?
Yeah.
You know his history, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know when things are okay and trending up, you know what he does, right?
Trades for Carmelo.
I'm just giving you a hint, because there was he had a was it like 2-3 weeks ago when he was like, the Knicks are back. And I thought to myself, I was like, oh,
that's
no.
why he increased. That's why he.
I was like, oh no,
prices.
No, James Dolan. Because the same thing happened when Donnie Walsh was in charge. And I'm not saying the same exact thing is going to happen. What I'm saying is, look at what Donnie Walsh was building. And you didn't hear anything from James Dolan. And then we started winning. And then James Dolan popped up at the front of the scene and was like, hey, look at what I did. Right? I'm not saying history is going to repeat itself. I'm just saying be wary of who our owner is.
So I would say to that, my response to that would be this. We've had the same owner for a while now, and he has shown where he can be beneficial and where he can be a cancer and be a detriment to what we're trying to build, right? James Dolan made a business decision because his team is hot right now to raise ticket prices. I applaud you. He didn't get to be a billionaire by being stupid, right? So what I would say is this. As long as he does not interfere in basketball operations, he does what he wants to do with his ticket sales and MSG. I don't care. I can care less. What I care about is the people that you hired that's running your front office. Give them the berth to go out and make basketball moves to make your organization better. So then you can raise ticket prices. You can raise box seat prices. You can raise season ticket prices as to the high heavens. I'm good with that. But that just means that we have a product to put on the court that people want to come see, that could potentially win a playoff game or a championship.
I think 100% right. Go ahead, Spree.
No, I agree with everything G-Man you just said. And to be fair to James, to be fair to Leon Rose, I think Leon Rose has the credibility and the respect from James Dolan himself to not meddle. This is and also I don't think James Dolan meddled with Phil Jackson. He didn't meddle with Phil Jackson.
Let me ask you a question. You said that Leon Rose has credibility, right?
That's right.
Didn't Donnie Walsh have credibility too?
Yeah, but Donnie Walsh was up there in age. He was up there in age. He was skin out of the game, and I think to be fair, if you ask people, even Stephen A. Smith, I remember he said this. There were times where people were laughing at like Donnie Walsh, where he was like aloof, like trying to meet with LeBron, like he was coming like. And this is no offense. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just saying, where Donnie Walsh, health-wise, it was his health that was a real problem. And Stephen A. even brought that up. Like free agents didn't know what to do, like when they were trying to meet with Donnie Walsh. So like, of course your owner is going to maybe try to step in, and if your guy that's in charge can't even meet in front of free agents. I mean, so I'm just saying this: Leon Rose being Carmelo's agent, given his history, respect around the league, given the success we've had, I understand it's James Dolan. Yeah, I get it. You always want to be concerned about that. It's fair. I'm just saying, I feel like it's okay now. I'm not freaking out. I'm sleeping okay at night. I think Leon's different, man. I think Worldwide Wes is different. I just think James Dolan's like, these guys are different. They're different dudes.
It sounds good, but it goes back to what I initially asked. Is this: did we bring the super agent Leon Rose in here, and did we bring the most connected man in basketball, William Worldwide Wes, in here to sign Nerlens Noels and Alec Burks and re-sign Elfrid Paytons?
So,
because that's what they did. That's what they've done. They didn't go out there and get in the tenure of the most plugged-in man in the NBA, William Worldwide Wes, and the super agent Leon Rose. Last year, Chris Paul was traded. Russell Westbrook was traded. Dennis Schroeder was traded. Ricky Rubio was traded. John Wall was traded. Jeff Teague signed somewhere else. DJ Augustine signed somewhere else.
All of those guys you mentioned, aside from CP3, which I think is the only one that I would agree with you, that you could make the argument with the cloud, that I was disappointed that I thought I would have been happy to have had. All the other guys, I understand the year Westbrook had, but he's not really necessarily the greatest for this type of young team. I'm not necessarily sure that would have been ideal. But all those other guys you mentioned, did you want those guys? You wanted John Wall? Did you want?
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Did you want Elfrid Payton?
No.
That answer's right there. Regardless of who else.
So John Wall would have cost more.
So Kev, let me ask you this, right?
How much would John Wall have cost?
Houston got a draft pick just to get John Wall.
Wait, what? Houston got a draft pick to take on John Wall? Well, that contract is ridiculous. I don't want to take that contract. Like, you think the Knicks, given our how clean our cap is, would want to clog it up with John Wall's salary with those knees? Come on, man.
It all depends on what you're going to do with the salary. Because if you're going to run it back with Alec Burks and Reggie Bullocks and Nerlens Noels and Taj Gibsons, if you're talking about that, if you're not going to do something significant with it, then it doesn't matter.
I'll say this: the CP3 thing is fair. I think of all the guys you mentioned, again, given Leon Rose was his agent, I think it's a fair thing. But at the end of the day, Chris Paul made a decision that he thought that was best for him and his family, that the Suns were closer. And look, they're still playing right now. So he made a good decision. That's a really good team. And they were a little bit more ready-made than us. I would have been thrilled to have CP3 because I know we had CP3 on this team this year. Given the way this team was, we'd still be playing. I really believe that. But the other guys you mentioned, I can't blame them for the other guys. Not to say they couldn't have helped us. I'm just not going to go nuts about that. But yes, to answer your point, was Worldwide Wes and Leon Rose brought here to not bring names? Of course they were brought here to bring names, but the first step was build back the Knicks culture so that people could want to come here. You can't walk; you have to walk before you run, and that's been proven even with the Knicks, because we've been a disaster. And reality or not, I know how special this team is. We all know how special this team is, but we've been a laughingstock for so long, so they had to clean it. Now that they've cleaned it, let's see what happens. But you're right. They have to get it done. They got to find a way to get better talent in here.
You said it right, man. When you took the extra pick that was in that trade was to balance out the rest of the Westbrook. So that was a swap, Westbrook and John Wall, and just throwing a pick. That's all that was. But that's right. All them guys you named and all them guys, you could have named some more of them guys. You could have named some major all-star. Nobody was coming here last year. Last year was a disgrace to come to New York Knicks, and be honest with yourself about it. First of all, we don't know what the organization was, and Julius Randle came off a terrible season. So nobody was coming here at all, period. But the flip side of that, it's a lot of things that don't happen. And you gotta, you know what I'm saying, reflect our team back to the Brooklyn Nets 2019. Well, 2018, because they was disgruntled and broke down and tore up too, you know what I'm saying? And they was fighting to get themselves back together after the Paul Pierce and all that, the Kevin Garnett, all that situation didn't work, you know what I'm saying? But guess what? They had a good season with a bunch of young guys that got them to the playoffs, and they went to the playoffs in 2019 and lost in the first round, just like we did, but they lost to the Philadelphia 76ers 4-1. But what it did was gave some, you know what I'm saying, some respect upon the organization and had some young players that can come up. And that's what made Kevin Durant and all them guys want to, that's what made Kevin Durant and Kyrie go over there, because they showed that they can get to the playoff even if they won't there, or if we get hurt or something like that, they can hold the fort down. Now, this is what we don't did this year. We don't show that we can go to the playoffs and hold the fort down without a major all-star, but an up-and-coming all-star that's looking to get better, you know what I'm saying? And with a good coach and a good organization. That's what we got going on right now. So that's why right now in the city of New York, the #1 marketing place, yeah, you can go somewhere right now at this time and say, yo, come on over here with these all-stars and play with these young boys right now. Because first thing first, the office is right and the bench is right, and now we got players and we did it the right way. But you think that Leon Rose and Worldwide West and James Dolan with all that money gonna sit around and keep watching Brooklyn run over this team and not put together something that's gonna go after that? And he talking about raising the prices. We had the lowest payroll it was all year long, the smallest payroll, and went this far with nobody on our roster. They get ready to build this roster with some major players, and we next up the bat to have a big all-star team among us. You know why? Not because it's New York. It's because we did it right. We build the foundation, man. You can't build a house without mortar. You can't just put bricks on top of semi-blocks. You got to put them semi-blocks on top of the mortar, and then put some mortar on top of the semi-block, then put the bricks on top of the mortar. And that's how you build you a house. And those are the steps that we don't took right now. So I know this is a big time market in New York City. They ain't get ready to keep sitting around and watching Brooklyn. They ready to do something right here, right now, while they got the opportunity, and go get this one marquee player and wait for 2023 and let him bring somebody else. You're not gonna get them all this year because you don't know what Kawhi gonna do. That would be the bread of the cop. Like Sergeant Nick said, the peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, that would be Dame and Kyle. That would be Dame and Kawhi Leonard. We can get both of them. That'd be the peanut butter and jelly, but we don't know if it can happen. But I do know this foundation is laid completely to do what we got to do. And we did it the same way the Brooklyn Nets do. So why can't we go get an all-star instead of keep trying to hold on all these picks and be like the Boston Celtics? I'm not trying to be like this. They still got picks and ain't build nothing else.
The difference between the Brooklyn Nets is the Brooklyn Nets were able to strike when the market was hot for free agents. Like Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were free agents right then and there, right?
Right.
This free agent class is like, because Kawhi to me worked too hard to set up the situation he's in right now to leave. He spent 3 years trying to get to the Clippers. He left the defending world champions to go home to play for the Clippers. Now the Lakers,
he's not coming in.
Could have got him.
Did you think LeBron was going to leave Cleveland again?
I want to play for the Clippers. Leonard wanted to play for whatever reason, I don't know. He wanted to play for Los Angeles Clippers, and that's what he got. And he is not leaving that situation.
Did you think LeBron was going to leave Cleveland again when he did?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Why?
That was because, listen, I love North Carolina. That is my home. I am North Carolina born and raised, right? But if I was playing for the Charlotte Hornets and I did what I had to do to bring a championship here, I fulfilled what I was supposed to Well, it's been nice, but I like palm trees and beaches and women in bikinis, and yes, that's what I want.
So what if Kawhi wins the title? He accomplished what he set to do in LA.
The difference between your home, well, the difference between your home is Cleveland, Ohio, and your home is Los Angeles, California. Okay, right? There's a big difference. Like,
fair enough. Okay.
I'm not like, oh man, I won it. Now I'm going to go play for like Memphis now.
But Kawhi's uncle's home is in New York, and Kawhi's uncle apparently watches the show, so we have a shot.
He's the agent. Imagine that.
I didn't hear that.
I'll just say this with the Kawhi thing. Yeah, it's a long shot, but I am rooting against them because I still think there's a chance he could leave. There's a slight chance. Slight chance. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Hey, Hoodie Kev, let me ask you this question. I'm going to ask you this question right now.
Yeah.
The same thing. If this was the opportunity right here, right now, and Kevin Durant and Kyrie were free agents this year before they came to the Nets, and everything we did this year, build our organization, we strapped up, we running functional, and we got draft picks money, you think they'd come over here now?
Is Tom Thibodeau the head coach?
Yeah.
No. And I say that because I don't say that. I said it because Kyrie Irving.
You mean to tell me the way this organization played and handled this business this year?
No. Listen, seeing how Kyrie Irving is, he is not about to play for a coach like Tom Thibodeau. This has nothing to do with Kevin Durant. Kyrie Irving is not about to play for a coach like Tom Thibodeau.
Hey, look, let me tell you something, Kev. Look, Kev.
What has Kyrie Irving shown you to make it seem? He basically said this season, this team doesn't need coaching.
But it's not
he came out his mouth and said, this team does not need coaching.
Because you had Steve Nash.
He also said the earth was flat. I don't take that
exactly. So why on God's green earth would he play for Tom Thibodeau?
Kev, you
making
bugging.
Excuses around the fact
Kev,
Kyrie Irving is a different cat.
Kev,
and he does not take
Kev, let me tell you something, Kev.
Kev,
let me tell you something, Kev. Kev, let me explain something to you. And you really need to listen to this. You really need to listen to this.
What?
Look,
let's go ahead with the Knicks.
Tom Thibodeau is a coach.
Mm-hmm.
He will be overruled and told you better make it work if you want your job.
From who? His best friend, Leon
Rose? His best friend, James Dolan. You see what he did with the Melo trade? They was wanting to wait. Guess what James Dolan said? No, you not.
How is this twofold? Because when I just brought that up 5 minutes ago, I was told, hold on, Ron. I was just told 5 minutes ago when I brought that thing up, it's not James Dolan gonna stay in his place.
Look, let me tell you this thing. But look, James Dolan gonna have the whole front office going with him. And yeah, that's my friend. But guess what? I hired you. You didn't hire me. Yes, we're friends. But I hired you.
Tom Thibodeau.
Man,
and
Tom
Kyrie
Thibodeau,
Irving.
look, Tom Thibodeau doesn't have. Hey, Kev, look, Kev, let somebody speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, Tom Thibodeau does not have championship cachet. He's a good coach. There's a lot of good coaches. He got out coached by one who just got fired. Tom Thibodeau name does not ring bells where he can pull that card. He can pull that card on rookies. He cannot pull that card on veteran players. The league is ran by all-stars. Guess what? The people don't come to see Tom Thibodeau coach. They come to see Kyrie and Durant play. So don't stick with that analysis that, Tom Thibodeau coach team. Tom Thibodeau hasn't won a ring.
If that is the case, then Tom Thibodeau won last coaching Kyrie Irving.
Hey, look here. He's been fired. Okay, so then that might be the case. But let me tell you this here. At the end of the day, don't you think that if Kyrie needed a day off or Leonard for that matter, that he won't get it. I don't care who you think. See, Tom Thibodeau, look. Tom Thibodeau can build. Look, Kev. Tom Thibodeau can build that in players that he raised. You can't get no all-star, no superstar, and gonna tell him what to do when he proves himself in this league.
Here's the thing, Rob. Here's the thing.
That's not gonna happen.
Here's the thing, Rob. What you're arguing for is a player's side, and I understand that. I do. But Tom Thibodeau is the head coach of this team.
Well, he will be fired first.
Hold on, Rob, because you just said let you talk. So,
and then I got interrupted though, but I never said go ahead.
Let you talk. I didn't say
no, you didn't until you was ready to interrupt.
One other word.
Until you was ready to interrupt, you let me talk.
And then you said let me talk, and I let you talk.
And then I didn't say I was. Did I say I was finished?
Go ahead, Rob.
See, that's what you do, Kev. You cut in. Yeah, you let me talk, but you ain't let me talk until I was finished.
We all thought you was finished, Rob.
No, you did. Because you interrupt me.
Everybody thought you was done talking. You was actually done talking.
Now look what we're talking about.
Rob.
Now look what we're talking about. Kev, now look what we're talking about.
I'm not done.
Look,
like, what?
I wasn't. I paused and you took over. Now, like I said, Tom Thibodeau was hired. He didn't hire anybody. He had a job when he did both. In this situation, he's not doing both. He's gonna get now. He might have to say like in a player or two, like Derrick Rose and Taj Gibson to bring. But the vision of where this team is going is not Thibodeau. The vision where this team's going is Rose and Warrod West and them. It's not what they're gonna give him the players, and they gonna tell him work with them. He's not signing any check.
Let me ask you a question, Rob.
No, now you're stopping me.
I want to ask you a question.
Save your question until I'm done. You can save it till I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Now, like I was saying, the vision of this team is coming from the front office. They're putting the players in place for Thibodeau to coach. Whether he likes it or not, if you want the job, this is what the job requires. And guess what? Tom Thibodeau been out the lead long enough to say, yes, sir. Whatever you want. Glad for the opportunity, boss. And that's all he's going to do. So don't be running your mouth like Tom Thibodeau is running something. He's not. He's the leader of the players on the floor, and that he might got to say so on a player or two because the Knicks lineup and staff is not put together yet. The players for the championship run. So yeah, you can add Taj. Yeah, you can add Rose because look what we got on the floor. This is gonna make it better. But when the free agent situation come up, it may not be this year. It may be next year. So it may not be a rush this summer to do anything, but sign a player or two to make this team better. But it won't be a championship team this summer unless something drastic happens. And if something drastic happens, you better bet your bottom dollar. Thibs is going to shut the hell up and coach. Now you can talk, Kev.
Wow. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, James Goodman. I didn't know that was your name. You look different.
Woo.
Anyways.
What's your question?
I
know it didn't matter. You just wanted to interrupt me.
No, it was just okay.
Yeah, it didn't matter. You just wanted to interrupt me.
So
like I said.
If Tom Thibodeau was here first with his reputation, would Kyrie and KD still come?
So I think to that point, I think that's probably, I won't say rhetorical, but I think you're putting the cart before the horse. Because in order to get a coach of the caliber of a Tom Thibodeau to be interested, first of all, he was out of work. So, he's probably going to take your call before what we continue to have a reputable coach, whoever the other candidates were. I don't know who those guys were. You never hear those names, but Thibodeau was the guy that was hired. So I asked her a question with a question. if you're the front office and you have an inkling that a Kevin Durant and a Kyrie Irving is willing to join your organization, but it's going to be predicated on the type of coaching that you have, do you hire a Tom Thibodeau as your head coach?
Probably not.
Exactly. So I think the fact that Tom Thibodeau is the head coach is mute, because the people we've already seen across the NBA, when you start talking about all-star talent, when that talent comes to your team, they come with processions, right? So they have demands they want to make. Hey, I got to have these amount of guys in my locker room. I got to have my masseuse therapist be able to be in the training facility, and all these other concessions that they have to have before they even entertain coming to your organization. And you best believe that the person that's on the end of that bench that's calling these plays and controlling the scheme and the rotation, that's important, because you are affecting my bottom line.
Like, I'm not delusional, G-Man. Like, I get it. Like, all Thibodeau has proven throughout his career is he's very good coming to a place, getting it cleaned up, and win.
Yes.
But he hasn't proven he's a championship level coach yet. It's very possible that he may not be here when we become that championship level team, and that's okay. Yeah. That will come in time. We'll find that out. We'll find that out and let that come in due time. But the bottom line is, was Tom Thibodeau, when we struck out on KD and Kyrie, was Tom Thibodeau the right man for this job with this team? Yes, he was.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. The Coach of the Year award kind of cements that, right? For all those people that were doubters out there that says, well, was Tom the right hire? Well, hey, he's Coach of the Year. He did more or less throughout the course of the year. So I said this about maybe 2 or 3 nights ago. And my question was then the same thing you just mentioned, Spree. Is Tom Thibodeau going to be the guy that takes the New York Knicks to a championship? Probably not. And I always equate this to the Mark Jackson factor out in Golden State, right?
Yes.
Mark Jackson he laid the foundation, brought all these guys in, got everybody organized, and the franchise said, okay, Mark, thank you very much, but you are not the guy that we need to take us through the tape. So in comes my man Steve Kerr, right? And then all of a sudden, Steve Kerr is the genius that put all this together. You cannot push to the side the people that did the work before you walked into an organization, right?
Mark Jackson built it. He helped build it.
You got to give praises where praise is due. Now, false praise is one thing. People that want to pop up on the scene and take false credit for whatever, that's white noise. I don't care about none of that. None of that. I'm smart enough. I watch what's going on and I see what's going on, right? But to Kev's point, Kev and Rob both had dueling points, right? And at certain aspects of the points, I consider them both to be true, right? You have a player side and you have an organizational side. Now, what we do is while we have negotiations, we agree to disagree. But we do that on terms of contract length, how much you're going to pay me, how much control I have on what goes on with the team, and then where are we going moving forward? Do I think that there's a future on me being on this squad and being able to be productive and having the team be productive and move forward? That is the question, right? So I want to get off of, and I know we have a very revisionist history as Knicks fans. Is there. You can go back as far as you want to look and say we were almost there at this point. We were almost there at that point. If this had evolved this way, if the ball had went left instead of right, or if I had broke to my left versus my right, or didn't double dribble, didn't travel, if I had got the call, we would be having a different conversation right now. All that's valid. Take all that. I'm gonna tell you what I want you to do. Just like this little napkin right here I got, right? Everybody that can see my screen. If you can't see my screen, I'm gonna explain to you what I'm doing. I have a napkin in my hand. So what I'm gonna do with this napkin, this napkin right here to me is like the history. I'm gonna learn from it. I know what a napkin is and I know what it's used for, right? But guess what I'm gonna do with this napkin? I'm balling the napkin up right now. You know why? That napkin is irrelevant to me. What's relevant to me right now is what we just did as a basketball team, because that's going to set the foundation of who's interested in coming here and who's not, and then what we do moving forward. Let's get to that point.
I agree, man. Like, we're too busy. Like, we just got to be. We built something. We had success. Now we just got to build off it. I'm not looking back on, was Tom Thibodeau the right this, Kevin Durant, Kyrie. It's over. That's done with. We got to move forward. To your point, G-Man for life. Mark Jackson analogy, I love it, because Mark Jackson, there's no doubt. You could say whatever you want about Mark Jackson, but you cannot tell me that Mark Jackson did not build winning habits with that team, establish a defensive mindset with that team before Steve Kerr took over. So whenever you want to talk about that championship team, Mark Jackson's always name got to come up to get credit. That's just how that works, period. I don't care what anybody says. And you know what? If that's what happens with the Knicks and Tom Thibodeau's not here when we win it, I guarantee you I will come on here and say Tom Thibodeau was the one that started this thing.
Yes.
So that's just part of life, man. I mean, the reality is let's give this front office, to Rob's point. It's Rose and Wes. Those are the two dudes running this thing right now. Those are the two dudes we need to focus on to get us the players. That's the period. I'm not even worried about Tom Thibodeau. I don't worry about Tom Thibodeau till training camp and preseason. That's the time that I focus on Tom Thibodeau. This is the last time I'm going to mention Tom Thibodeau because I'm celebrating with him tonight. But the reality of the situation is, for the rest of this offseason, my focus is on two dudes and two dudes only.
So speak to that point, and and coming in, I the first thing I wanted to do was give Thibs his flowers, right? And I didn't do that, so I'm gonna have to circle back around. And you guys probably already talked about this, but I wasn't here, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to give my man his flowers, right? I've been on record as saying, from an NBA perspective, I did not expect for Tom Thibodeau to win this award. I did not, because the Knicks season. Their winning season was not as such as the Phoenix Suns. So I thought Monty had a better chance of winning the Coach of the Year based on the record of his team and kind of how they're continually progressing throughout the playoffs this year. I am pleased to be wrong in that aspect. I don't know what happened with the voting, but I'm glad the little guy got the vote, right? Because that's how I see us, right? We're the little engine that could. And to have our head coach recognized as being able to do more with less, and then the outcome and the results that this team was able to garner over the course of this year is amazing to me. It's amazing, because I'm telling you right now, the people, we have optimistic people out there that says, okay, the New York Knicks would have had a 35-game winning season. Those are optimists, right? I will have the middle of the pack folks that says, okay, well, we may win 28 games this season. I think those are the people that kind of keep things close to the vest. And then you have those people that are just realists based on past history. Past history will tell you basically what your future performance is going to be. And they say, well, hell, you're not going to win more than 23 games this year. And that's going to be it. We won 41 games. Fourth place in the East Conference. Yes, we got bounced in the first round, but guess what that is? That's nothing but that's education.
Correct.
That's hard. The hard knock life. That's education. You know what I'm saying? Swaggy OG says Thibs won by 11 votes. Wow.
It was close. It was close between him and Monty. Yeah, I mean, like, my whole thing is this. Monty, I had no issues. The reality is the Jazz were projected to win 42.5 games. When you look at the win projections, the argument we know for Thibs, which is what you said, G-Man, nobody did more with less. There's no doubt about that.
Right.
But if they wanted to give it to Monty purely because of what their record was and what they finished, yes, even with the talent they upgraded on their team, who am I to say not to give it to him? He had an unbelievable year. I'm not gonna say don't give it to Monty Williams. He had an unbelievable year, and he won the other coaches award that was voted by the other coaches, which to me I actually think is. I know that this is technically the Coach of the Year award, but when you get voted by the other coaches as the Coach of the Year, that's special. That's special. So the fact that they both got an honor to me is good. Hey man, G-Man, you and I are thinking, and Jay Boogie and Rob and even Hoodie Kev at times, we're thinking alike here. This is going to be a fun off season. I got to get to bed. Got to rise up early, but we'll talk about this more another night. Salute to you guys. Salute.
Salute, Spree.
All right.
Peace.
Yeah, I just say, man, they got it right. I knew all along that's supposed to got he's supposed to got coach of the year. I've been yelling Cody for like the last 2.5 months. Cody, coach of the year, Cody. I'm on Nick Fanti. I'm everywhere. Cody. They got it completely right, man. Phoenix was better than us last year.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody else had more players than what we had. That man came in and put the work where he had with less and got us all the way to where he got us to. You got to respect that man for that right there. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate what he did, because everybody else is saying you don't want to go play for him. He gonna run you in the ground. The players ain't complaining nothing about it at all, period. And if you're a real ball player, you want to be on the court long as you can. You know what I'm saying? When you come out the game, you want to be looking at the coach talking about, yo, when I'm going back in there. That's how I came up around ball players. Anybody want to sit on no bench? I play the whole game if I got to. So yeah, I was happy that you know what I'm saying, they got it right and gave that to him, you know what I'm saying? Followed up behind Julius, getting, you know what I'm saying, the most improved player. Now let's see what else we can do. What else we can do. Let's take it to the next level and do what we got to do, you know what I'm saying, to get all the way back. So like Hoodie Kev say, get some more easier wins and all that. But you got to have them caliber type players that come in here that know how to handle their business in marquee moments, you know what I'm saying, that don't feel no pressure, that's built to play up under pressure, you know what I'm saying, and show other guys how to play up under pressure and bring them along with them, you know what I'm saying. That's what we need, man, those marquee players, man. But I'm like Spree. I'm getting ready to take it down. I got to get myself up and go do a move. I wanted to come on because I seen Hoodie out here by himself, and all y'all dudes don't finally came along. So now he got his main man, his ride it out partner. That's Haduki over there. That's his ride it out partner. They gonna go all the way to 4:45 a.m. in the morning, and then Haduki gonna be on the morning show too. I don't know how you do it, boy, but hey, that young boy got that energy.
That young energy, J Boogie.
I ain't got it.
I have no choice but to be up. You see where I'm at?
Yeah, you at work.
I got no choice but to be up to 4:45, 5:45 in the morning.
And you went straight to 7.
If y'all know me,
chocolate milk, that chocolate Coca-Cola milkshake. I know you mixed that chocolate that day. I know you had a shake. And
it was just regular Coke. I needed something else to drink.
Well, say Coca-Cola. Don't say that. Say Coke. Put the cola on the end of that. It was regular Coke. God bless us all, man.
Hey, peace,
Hey, God bless y'all, man. Great day,
brother.
All
right.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I just look at it as I'm the kind of person, I see things for what they are and not for what other than Kevin Knox. I see things for what they are and not what I want them to be. Because I know Kevin Knox is going to be a star, but that's
Kev, admitting you have a problem is the first step in the recovery process, brother. I'm glad you're able to admit that. So
it's not a problem. It's not a problem. The fact that
not for you, and not for you. It's not a problem. It's not.
No, what I'm saying is this. I know that I'm right. And I might have been a little bit early in saying it. I'm a little bit early in everything that I've been right about. I'm kind of like Nostradamus. Right?
Okay.
Like, I be seeing things, and y'all people don't want to. I've been on Twitter. That's what I've been doing on Twitter because people want to hate, right? This jerk talking about, Michael Porter Jr. had this tonight, and Mikal Bridges had this tonight, and Kevin Knox had 10 kills. And I was like,
yeah, I retweeted that. That's probably why you saw it.
This is what we're doing this summer. This is what we're gonna be doing. Why would you retweet that?
Nah, no, because that's
why would you want to bring that in my circle and I see it and I want to? Because
I knew you were gonna see it too.
See what?
The tweet.
Oh.
He
Well, all I
tweeted
know
it
I
for
tweeted it
you.
because it was funny too, so I had to.
I was looking. I was like, so see,
He said,
I want
"Really,
people.
this is what we doing this
When
summer."
no, I'm not even if. When I am right. When I am right. I don't want to see all these people in Knicks universe like, oh, Kevin Knox is a player. You know, he just needed some time. No. No. Ain't nobody. Listen, it's like me and like Theseus Thomas and like sometimes state of New York, sometimes, but he wishy-washy. Are the only ones on the Knox bench. Oh, and there's another person. It's funny. His name is Kevin too. It's weird. It must be a Kevin thing that we believe in all Kevins.
Oh my God!
Rise up to the occasion.
Man, I'm the only one who always told you that Thibs was tearing Kevin down and rebuilding him. I never said a bad word about Kev.
Rob the Nick is also in that thing too. So when he does break out next year, I want to hear anyone else. Like, oh, I knew Knox was gonna be like. Because I'm taking all
Receipts
of the receipts.
Okay,
this is like a waitress pad. I'm taking all the orders down, and I remember all the people.
Okay,
all
so
the people.
I missed the show last night because I think the show last night was dedicated to Mr. Knox. So I'm not going to
To be
rehash.
honest with you, we probably focus on Kevin Knox. Maybe how long we talked about Kevin Knox last night? Really, Hadouken. It wasn't that long.
I don't know because I wasn't here earlier when you were actually talking about
it.
him.
Really wasn't that long. Like we was on for like 4 hours. I probably talked about Kevin Knox for like 35 minutes.
Okay, that's a good balance. Good balance. I would say this, Kev. I would say this. I love the fact that you have the resolve. Hold on. Is head on over committee. Oh yeah. I ain't gonna bring that up. I'm not gonna change the topic of conversation. So what I would say is this: Kevin Knox to me is in this space. I don't know if the resurgence or the development of a Kevin Knox was to have him produce on this team or to make him a viable trade asset in the upcoming offseason. I don't know what the thinking is here. I would not pretend to be in the front office's ear of what conversations are going on. I don't know. The only thing I would tell you is this: if Kevin Knox comes back next season and is a productive member of a historic franchise and we're able to move the needle forward, I'm all for it, 100%. But what I would tell you is this: don't be surprised. Don't be surprised or disappointed if said same executives have a whole nother plan for Mr. Knox. Or for my man Obi, for that point. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what these guys are thinking. I don't know what their mindset is about developing the next evaluation of the team. I don't know. I got to wait and see. Depending on who we go out and get during free agency, during the draft, and then what that building process looks like. I don't know what that is right now. I can't tell you. If I sat here and pretended to act like I know what I'm talking about, I'd be a fool. People are like, what is wrong with this old man? Put him to bed. Give him some Pepto Bismol and some KO Peptate and lay him over there on the couch and let him go to sleep. It's not realistic. So we need to understand what the team wants to do with these guys and how they're going to fit into this roster that they're trying to develop right now. Because I'm telling you right now, what I don't want to see, I would prefer not to see a bunch of journeymen on this team come next year.
Oh, Lord.
I would like to see people that have the ability to develop as we move forward, develop that chemistry, and build a championship type legacy moving forward. That's what I want to see. This year was a roster built out of necessity in my eyes. So those 1 year guys that you got that are out here playing starting minutes that are not starters on any other franchise, yeah, I get it. So we accomplished way more than we were supposed to. But we need to get to the point where, to your point, as you brought up before, why we can't get easy wins. We don't get easy wins because you only got 2 starters on this basketball team right now. And one of them has been hurt the majority of the season. That's why. Everybody else is a journeyman. They get in where they fit
You got
in.
3 starters.
Who's the third starter, Rob?
You got
I'm gonna tell you my 2, and then I want to hear your third. My 2 are Randall and Mitch. I don't see nobody else on this team as a starter.
What?
RJ?
No, RJ is too inconsistent. He is
What?
too inconsistent. Listen, okay.
That's
Okay, so how many games has RJ set out in the fourth quarter when he was supposed to be the closer? If he's a
few
starter?
games.
Okay.
About 3?
Yeah, it's
3
literally
games?
it's a handful.
About 3.
It's
Yeah,
a
about
handful.
3 out of 72.
We agree to disagree. I'm just saying.
But look,
And wait,
he's
saying
he's a
inconsistent.
second-year player.
Saying
He
inconsistent.
is. He
Saying
is not
inconsistent. Well, let me say this point real quick.
Go
Saying
ahead, go ahead.
inconsistent. People called him inconsistent after he was scoring a good amount for a few games. Like after he scored, he was averaging a lot for like 15 games in the beginning of the season after he had a little slump, and he had like 3 bad games. Everyone said he was inconsistent after that. Then he continued to pick it back up. I don't think he's really that inconsistent as people make it seem.
He
Scoring wise, you can say
45%
it's a
from the
little
field
inconsistent,
and
but
40% from 3
but he does everything else.
this year.
This year?
Then that.
He shot 45% from the field and 40% from 3, and you calling him inconsistent.
So this is what I would say, Rob. This is what I would say. You can look at stats all day, and stats beginning on when he played or how he played. Stats can tell you a whole different story. I'm an eye test kind of guy, right?
But shooting tells the story. Now you can fold stats and you can look at stats because I kind of agree with you. But when you're talking about shooting and baskets made, that don't lie.
You're right, and that's why I say the eye test, right? So the timeliness of your shooting, the timeliness of the baskets made are important in whatever game that you're playing in. So if you're in a game and you're in the fourth quarter and you're supposed to be that guy that I can go to if I'm getting doubled and drop the ball off to, and you're going to get me a bucket, then that's great. But if that's your role and you're not fulfilling that role, I have a problem with that.
But then if you think that should be his role after 2 seasons, and then something's wrong with your thinking.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Rob. That's not what I'm saying. I know what my thinking is, and that's not anywhere close to what my thinking is. But the populace would tell you when we talk about RJ Barrett, they will say that's his role.
No,
they will say he is. Rob,
not me.
Not you, but I'm saying the populace. That's why I say the populace. So the populace would tell you that RJ Barrett is a starter. RJ Barrett is for lack of better terms, a closer. He's supposed to be Robbins to Julius Randle's Batman.
The closer was burnt.
Okay, so how many times have we? Who is Robin to RJ? I'm sorry to Randle.
Look, when you take Batman like that and you put it in a Knicks scenario, okay, all they saying in that scenario is that he might be the second best player on the team.
Might be or expected to be. That's an important distinction. Might be or is expected to be because
when I look at the roster, I would say he is the second best player
on the Knicks team right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
His stats was 45, almost 46% from the field from 2, and 40% from 3. He shot 75% from the foul line.
The only thing I'm saying, Rob, is this. This is the only thing I'm saying.
It's saying Derrick Rose is the second best.
If Derrick Rose is the second best player on this team right now, let's be honest.
But when did we get him?
Let's not get it twisted. Based on what we've seen and the production of the team, who has been the person that has produced the most for this organization? Besides
in the playoff, but look, he was an integral part. Okay, look, I think that Derrick Rose was an integral part of the season for one reason. We didn't have a point guard.
And you got to understand that we were winning when when D Rose wasn't even here and RJ was a big factor in that.
If you got to spend most of your time in the lineup and Derek and Alfred Payton is the guy that you have to get the ball to before you can't even get to your spots and chill because you got Payton as the point guard. So you got to take on more responsibilities than just playing your position because this guy can't play the position.
I agree with that. And then you got to look at it at this point as well. So when you insert and this goes back to who the second best player is on this team. When you insert a Derrick Rose into the lineup, does that make RJ better versus Alfred Payton?
Yes.
Okay. So it would stand to reason to say that if the things that were lacking was at the point guard position with Alfred Payton, that affected the outcome of what an RJ Barrett could be.
I mean, there was only 2 games he got to play with Rose, and that was in the playoffs as the starter.
Yeah,
so
because
you can't really ask.
Yeah,
that
most of his time he played, it had to be with Rose. I mean, with Payton. Then also look at it like this. You can also look at it like this here too with Rose. When you want to say that Rose is the second best player on the team when you're only playing 20 minutes a night. So if I put you in 40, what's that other 20 minutes is gonna be? It's gonna be downhill because your body won't allow you to be that best player.
Well, we assumed that, but we said that he couldn't play more than 20-something minutes, and when he go to 38 minutes, he still produced a 30, 40 game. 30,
that one game, what did he do the next game?
Which we talking playoff.
Flamed out. He flamed out.
He told you that. He told you that.
Okay, but you're saying different. He told you that.
No, Rob, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we get wrapped up with titles and giving people these roles that they're supposed to be enamored in, and they don't produce, and we don't call them on.
I don't do that. So I understand what you're talking about, but I'm only can say from the way I look at it. I know that what you're saying that people do that, but if I don't believe that, I don't allow that to sit on my brain because somebody else is saying it. I see what I see. I got you. Look, you got.
I don't really care like between the 2 or 3rd who's the second best because that could really be interchangeable. It doesn't really matter as much to be honest.
Do he need I think you're talking about is this here right now. Do he need better consistency in when the game is on the line going down the stretch?
Yeah.
But as a second year player, I'm not holding it against him yet.
I'm not either, Rob, because he has not had a total of 2 full seasons yet. COVID came in. That's a shortened season. This is a shortened season. So realistically, he's probably got a season and a half going on in his career right now. He's still got room to grow. He's still a young guy. I'm not by any stretch of the imagination saying that RJ Barrett is a bust. What I'm saying is this. I think we need to temper our expectations of where he is and what on his developmental track, right? And then you have to take it also into consideration who's surrounding him. What other outlets are out there for him to be able to go to? Now, if Mitch was in the game, maybe that's different, right? That's a whole different dynamic because Mitch brings a different dynamic to the game. But at the end of the day, I am of the belief that I kind of look at and I put 3 guys in the same boat right now. RJ, Quickly, and Obi. I have them in the same pot. They all throwing together. That's why I put them at. That's why I put them at.
I don't agree with that. How do you?
I'm gonna tell you why, Hadouken. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you have broken up seasons for RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett has not had a consistent coaching staff around him for 2 seasons. Same thing we just talked about with Kevin Knox. We have to deconstruct RJ Barrett's game and get him back to where he's comfortable at right now. RJ Barrett does not have a mid-range. At his position, he does not have a mid-range shot. Does not. Does he?
Those things that he need to work on, you right.
So what I'm saying is this is the only thing I'm saying. Trust me, I want all the best for the Maple Mamba. I do. I want RJ Barrett to be that guy. I want him to develop. But what we can't get, see, this is what fans do. They take a certain good game that one player has, and then they're high on him. He's the best thing since sliced bread, right? But they're not being, how shall we say, what's the word I'm looking for? Objective in the fact that there's still room for this guy to grow. He's still young.
I mean, that's obvious though.
RJ Barrett is not a seasoned NBA veteran. He is still growing. So, and that's why I say I put him in the same boat with Quickly and Obi, because
I agree with you for that standpoint, because when he does make a mistake, it always comes back when he's really having like a bad stretch. People always talk about, well, he's 20. Okay, so now he has to stay there. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I'm glad you bring that up, Rob, because this is another thing I disagree with, right? When people start making excuses for players just because of their age, right? So
they don't make that same excuse for Knox.
They don't. So I heard
it's who you like. It's who you like.
Exactly. So I always heard, coming into this season, Obi got the most criticism because he's 23 years old. So if you're 23 years old and you come out of college, you're supposed to come in and be the guy that goes in and just and lights everything up from day one. But if you follow the player's career, he takes a year from every level of his basketball career. High school and college, it takes him a year to get to where he's going. So this has been his year. So, but I want to get off the top and talk about Obi. I'm not going to turn this into an Obi topic. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I agree that RJ gets a pass because Randall is taking the bullets and he travels under the radar.
Yes.
And he traveled under the radar in the playoffs. When Randall was getting all the daggers thrown at him, RJ was under the radar.
Yeah, nobody talked about RJ Barrett.
But his play was just the same.
Yeah, exactly.
He went under
and that right there, my friend, is my point. What you just said, Rob, is my point.
I said that at the game when we was at the game. I was like, yo, RJ gets to travel under the radar because Randall is taking the bullets.
He is. He's taking all the heavy artillery.
That's right.
He was taking body blows after body blow after body blow.
RJ sit
up here like this right here.
RJ back in the rear with the gear.
Fact.
But look, you can get that when you 20. You can take that. You 20. You can take that.
You recover a little bit better than other people, man. But I'm gonna tell you something, Rob, and Hadouken. I believe that, and I saw this on, I don't know if it was on my Twitter feed or where I was at, but someone said that this year the front office will be judged on the moves they make or do not make this offseason. And I agree with that. Because at the beginning of the season, when they were new hires, you don't know what you don't know. You got to have a chance to kind of evaluate your staff, figure out what you're doing moving forward and all that. I get all that. But now you have a season under your belt. You see what the organization that has been put together and that you supported throughout the course of the year has developed for you. Now, what are you going to do to go out and make me better? Give me these assets to make me better.
Okay, now look, you know what I got to say with that is this here. With the free agents that's out there in the trajectory, in the direction that you're going through, that you're going to, you know what I'm saying? Because me and basketball is just like this here. I feel as though chemistry is better than just a good player.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
You know, so if you can't find another piece to the puzzle because it ain't nothing out there, don't force a piece in there.
I agree.
Don't force a piece in there because you still got developing to do. It's something that you, like I said, they said that the Knicks right now cannot, I heard this here too. I forgot who said it, that the Knicks is past the rebuild. They can't go back now. I totally disagree. And let me tell you why. They in a position right now that they let journeymen hold spots for a year. Now, if you saying right now that person that was the one under them, Now, say for instance, like a Kevin Knox or somebody was under Bullock, and the plan was all along, let him wait up under you on for a year.
Bring him
and
forward.
then the next year, we're gonna throw you to the fire. And then if you can't play and the Knicks lose games because of that, because of you, yes, it might be a back step, but you gave a 4 year, you gave 4 years to prove himself. And if he didn't prove himself, then you can move on from him. But you gave him a year to learn. So as a journeyman like Bullock and them, if they have to move on or go to the bench in order for this player to get time, because they say Thibodeau don't play rookies. A 4-year player is not a rookie.
Not a rookie. That's right. That's right.
He's not a rookie. You know, and so that's what I'm looking at to see. So as far as like, you know, you got players quickly and Obi and things like that. Obi to me showed his worth. And it's gonna come down. It might not be this year, but it might come down between this year. If Randall gets like a 3-year deal, means to me, if Randall get a 3-year deal, even if they gave Randall a 3-year, $75 million deal, 3rd year team option, they holding that spot open for a reason.
Oh yeah,
because the development of somebody else may be like, yo, we can move on and save money right here.
Believe that.
And yeah, and the same thing goes with Knox. Knox is gonna really have to prove it's sink or swim for Knox next year.
Yeah,
it's sink or swim, because I think that you're gonna get the opportunity. You're gonna get the opportunity. You sat by and you watched a professional prepare himself for a whole year. You know, and now you're going and that's gonna come from the front office. It's gonna come from the front. Thibs may want to win, but you got to win the way that the front office is going to instruct. Because long as the heat is not on you to get fired, you do what the front office says.
That's right.
And that's what Fizdale didn't understand. And then when he did understand it,
too late.
He was supposed to go back in that office and say, look here, man, you got me developing these young boys, and now all of a sudden you're going to throw me out there. Because Fizdale got thrown under the bus. He got thrown under the tractor trailer.
He did. And they bagged up from
you know what? They was only able to do that to him because he was a new coach.
He didn't know nobody.
They couldn't do that to anybody else.
No, he didn't know nobody.
They couldn't really do that to anybody else. They was able to do that to Fizdale just because you just got fired from Memphis. You came here, and then you thought you was going to be a rebuilding so you could work with these young players. And then in year 2, they sideswiped you.
Yep.
Steve, that's why I was glad when Steve Mills left, because that was too dirty. If you really thought that you was going to get Durant and them, you really thought that?
No.
Brooklyn playing a whole lot better. You know, even when you got Melo, we was a 500 team. You was going to win 22 games, and you really thought that them two was going to come here. Man, you crazy. The media would have assassinated them just for GP. Just for GP.
You're right.
You know, that wouldn't have worked. No way whatsoever. So you come back with all of these power forwards and Elfrid Payton.
Oh my God. We had how many power forwards did we have at the beginning of the season?
We had Morris, Portis, and Julius, and we still was playing Knox at the and then we had, and then no, we let Vonderland and them go. They was the year before. We let them go. But yeah, they was running a 3-piece down there. And then Morris wasn't going to pass the ball. He put his numbers up. He got moved for quickly. It was good, though. But, damn, you had to go get
Mo Harkless. So he took that spot.
Yeah, I forget about Mo Harkless.
He took that starting spot, which should have been Knox's spot.
Yeah. Man, that was – man, I never seen nothing like that in basketball in my life.
That's
I've
as
been
Ron
saying,
Cleveland says, that's front office malpractice. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
all.
I've been saying that too, with like how I still believe that Knox was like disrespected by our front office. Like they did him dirty. So I just wanna trade him now so he gets a chance with another team. That's what I've
Well,
been
well, look,
wanting last season the whole entire time. I was like, can we
man,
just
look.
trade him? Because
If Frank can ride out and he gonna get an opportunity. Now, if you're not gonna give him an opportunity next year,
that's
I'm
what
not
I'm
talking
saying.
about a real opportunity. Like, yo, okay, this is you. Make your and look and just let him and just let him go. And you don't like what he's doing, and okay, then move him. Okay, everybody say, look, you gave him a shot, but you can't give him a. You gave him a shot in year 1, year 2 and 3. Year 2, you totally disrespected him. Year 3, he had to be rebuilt, and then in year 4, okay, let me see what you got. You know, because now you ain't 21 no more. You're 22. You know what I'm saying? And then they was talking about like, okay, if you came into the league at 23, Brogdon was 24. They said, Brogdon, this is his 4th year. He 28. Obi 23. And people is, and yeah, man, look, people did used to finish college, you know. You know,
4 years.
Players used, they used to finish college. Dame finished college. Some players do finish college. Everybody ain't coming in there like that. Like, you know, people do go and they finish.
Wow.
They be acting like, yo, if you finish college, it's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? You finish college, that's a bad thing. Oh, you too old for the NBA. You finished college. Right? That's crazy. That is crazy.
Rob, that you know what? I had not thought about it from that aspect right there until you just said it. And that is monumental. I'm telling you. So when okay. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, that's up watching this podcast and that we rewatch it later on. So as a parent, do you spend all your hard-earned money to send your child to school to say, okay, at the 2-year mark, I'm gonna quit and go do something else? No.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna get out.
You don't do that. 4 years. 4
and
years.
I never seen a 4-year player that came in as a lottery pick or in the ones who struggle as lottery picks is the young ones.
Exactly. They don't know no better.
The older ones, they come in, yeah, they get a little learning curve. I think Obi's would have came a whole lot quicker with a lot more playing time. We'd have got that the last 15, 20 games, the way he was playing and moving without the ball. You'd have got that a whole lot sooner. But
if you got more playing time.
I think what the front office said, he said, look, you're going to do it your way this year, Thibs, because, you know, we don't really got the players. But look, make sure Obi get about 10 to 15 minutes a game.
That's right.
He said, we need to see that. We need to see, no matter what, you just make sure that's the only thing we're going to hold you to and see what Emmanuel got.
Yeah.
And he did both things. Everything else was like, okay, well, it can wait.
It's butter.
And they were successful with it. Because in the playoffs, the rookies showed up.
And the veterans did not.
And the rookies and Derrick Rose.
That was it.
The only rookie that showed up was Obi.
Nah.
IQ played well one game.
Yo, but look, if he played well one game, that was enough. Because he was a rookie. You had veterans that didn't play well no games.
No, I know. I'm fine. I didn't really care like too much about how they performed because this is still like their rookie season to me. Like it is what it was. Like I was hoping for them to produce, but if they didn't, I wouldn't have been as upset.
I think what my boy, he's still I think quickly still averaged about 9.
No, because he didn't, but he scored like 4 back-to-back, and then I think it was like 8, 13, and then I don't think he scored, but it's fine because I mean he did get the playoff experience. That's all that really mattered at the end of the day.
To Hadouken's point, to me, that's the most important thing, right? For these young guys, for the Obis, the Quicklies, and that roster, to have that playoff experience, to know what it feels like to go into somebody else's arena and get beat down. You get talked down to. Not only do you get talked down to, somebody says what they're going to do to you, and then they come out and do it on national television, and then you got to wear that.
Yeah, Randall be out there talking trash. Randall be out there talking trash. That's what he said at first. He said, yeah, they be thinking they be out there doing all this talking and pushing people around. We could push people around too.
But we didn't. We didn't.
Nah. Hey, look. Hey, we got beat by a better team, man, we didn't see. That was all to it. When we played them this year, they wasn't healthy. We didn't have Mitch.
You didn't have the coaching change.
But I think that, with Pierce, see, soon as they hired McMillan, a week later the team was healthy.
Yeah. So that tells
a week later. So he benefited from a lot.
He did.
Because they had players out, in and out all the time. But then by the time he got back, they went on that run. They got healthy. He changed a couple of things. You know what I'm saying? But look, they spent 120. They spent 120 million. We spent 92.
Who wins that battle?
You know what I'm saying?
We win.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it revolves around this right here. And to Hadouken's points and to Rob's point, we have to take a look holistically at the organization and what we're doing moving forward.
Yeah.
Who are these players that we want to covet? Who are these players that are assets that could be traded away for whatever reason, if it's something that we want to do? But we need to understand, and we don't know that right now because, again, we are 1 week and a half away from our season being ended. We don't. But I promise you, this is what I have solace in right now. I promise you that our front office, those individuals that are maintaining and being able to orchestrate the way that the team ebbs and flows, they did not wait till game 5 that we lost against the Hawks to start communicating with other people and other players. This conversation has been going on since mid-season last year.
Hey, look, I think the front office was just like this here. The teams that they put together, they said, okay, well, if they win 30 games, okay, well, that's cool. They was pleasantly surprised too, but they're not letting it take them off from what they already planned to do.
Right.
They're not going to let this season right here with these players. They know the ages of these players. They're not going to let them all of a sudden, we're going to tear up what we already planned, and we're going to start building a new house because they won a couple more games than we thought they was going to win. No, we're going to clap. We're going to support them. Good season. But this is our plan.
Let's get back to
and
work.
We're not going to deviate from our plan. You would be a fool to do it. If you already had what your plan is right now in your first and your second year, the plan might be to get the 2022 free agency. They already know that this one is not nothing. And all the fans are clamoring for these players that they want, but that's not in our cards right now. We want the cream of the crop. We don't just want a crop. We want the cream of the crop.
Rob, you know what? You bring up so many interesting points right there that we can kind of dovetail into about 8,000 conversations. But I would say this, right? The one thing that you said that resonates with me is this. Whatever the plan was at the beginning of the season, I promise you was not the plan at the end of the season. Because we have overcome so many obstacles throughout the course of what we went through that you cannot realistically believe, if you are a sane individual, that what we said we were going to do at the beginning of the season and what we are now is the same. We're not. That's not where we are right now. But I think that the ability of our front office to be able to shift as to what we think we need, what we've seen, who we want to keep, and who is available to be able to be traded or whatever the case may be, that's where we are. So, again, I will say this. And stuff at the Don, G-Man, do you think, what players do you think we need? So I'm not going to get into what I think a successful offseason would be right now because I have not done my homework thus far. I need to get into that a little bit more. But based on what our roster is right now, I stand by this. What I said before, I believe there are 2 starters on this team. And I have my reasons and rankings of how these guys go and where they are. I'm not saying that anybody on this team is untradeable. I would never say that. It's a business. This is a business venture, right? So if you fit into the parameters of what this organization wants to do moving forward, you are heads and tails above the person to your left or to your right. That's just how business goes. But I don't think that this New York Knicks team will regress. Let's look at it like that. I don't think that we'll take a step back to take a step forward. So
I think that if they did take a step back, and they did, just say for happen, they did do that it would be. I don't think they will abandon the youth movement yet. I don't think that there will abandon it yet because for one reason. Now look at this is the way I look at it. From what's out there in free agency right now. Okay. Now, Viva trade. I don't think that the Damon thing. I heard, man, the most idiotic thing on Man show that I had to turn them off and let whoever was speaking get that out because it was so idiotic. Ron just said that. This is what he said. This was the comment that Ron made. It wasn't Ron but the comment was this. Yeah, man. Dame wanted Jason Kidd, right? Dame wanted Jason Kidd to be the coach, but Jason Kidd excused himself from the job. Okay. Well, then somebody said, then he gonna be disgruntled with the organization because he didn't get what he want. What? I said, that's what I said when I was listening. I said, Kidd turned it, disassociated himself with the job. Dame gonna get mad at the organization because Kidd said no. And then they talked on that thing for 45 minutes. I was saying to myself, I was like, yo, the organization didn't say no, Kidd said no. So then, man, look. And then they had a whole conversation on Dame coming to New York.
No, so, okay. I'm glad you brought that up, Rob. I'm glad you brought it up because even when I logged on here, and again, I was in a slumber because I'm an old man, so old man got to get their sleep when they can get their sleep, right? So I logged on here, and I saw some Dame conversations going on. Hey, Kev, welcome back. Clean your hands off. Clean your hands off.
I had to clean the lint tray in the dryer that we had.
Okay, I got you.
So I had to go wash my hands and make sure everything was gone.
I got you. So when I logged on here, I saw a part of what is that? That's not a fish sandwich. It's a blue box. Blue box to me means fish sandwich, but that's not a fish sandwich.
It is a fish sandwich.
Oh, you got cheese?
Mm-hmm.
With tartar?
Yeah.
And you just gonna eat that in front of my face knowing I can't go get a fish sandwich right now. That's so wrong, Kev. I'm just saying. That's so wrong on so many different levels. But okay, it's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna grow up and be good. So what I was saying was logging on, I saw there was a lot of Dame Lillard conversations going on. So Rob the Nick and Hadouken, I will ask you this, right? So okay, before I say that, Hadouken, how should I pronounce your name? Because I'm sure I'm murdering it right now, And I know how I feel when people mess my name up. So how should I say your name? What's the correct pronunciation?
Oh,
Hello.
oh, he must have stepped away.
Okay. I come back to him. So anyway, so I want to get that done. So, but what I'm saying based on the conversation we just had, Rob, is this. I think that when we talk about a Dame Lillard, a Dame Lillard acquisition would be beneficial if our roster is built in such a way that makes it an asset. As currently constructed, just adding a Dame Lillard, what does that do for us? Really? Does it just add, points on the board? Someone that comes in and can score 40, 50 points a night? To Michael Jordan's early on career where he was coming in scoring 50, 60 points a night, but they weren't winning anything. But he had his average. You know what I'm saying? So what does that really mean for us?
I think the Dame situation would do this. It would tear away your bench.
And that's what I don't want to do.
And draft picks. It would take your second unit and all your draft picks. You might be able to survive. You might be able to survive with let me see. You might be able to survive with Brandel and
Pinson.
RJ might be left, and then, but it's gonna strip your roster. It's gonna definitely strip your roster.
Look, we'll keep Theo Pinson. We'll keep Pele. We'll keep who else is on the roster down there? I agree. Go ahead, Kev.
That's right. It's not right now. You can't give up enough to really get them and still stay in championship mode. It's going to tear away everything that you're trying to do. To get him will force you right back into the poorhouse.
And how much is that going to cost for his roster?
Can I ask?
How much is the contract? I'm sorry, Kev.
I would like to now. This is the thing when you talk about. Now, I'm not a big. Well, here's the thing. I want a big name point guard, just not the point guard that y'all are thinking about. I thought about this last night. So you have to ask yourself this one question. Is Damian Lillard going to do more for us than Obi and Quickly and Mitch can do combined? Right? That's what you got to ask yourself. It's like, oh, this bench. They're like the greatest bench since the bench of the Dream Team.
Oh.
So you got to ask, is Damian Lillard and everything he brings, his 28 points, 8 assists a game, his cachet, his ability to change how defenses operate, how we play. Because those are the small things. You look at it, just the name. But Damian Lillard's style of play will make Julius Randle a better player. It'll make RJ Barrett a better player, right? So is that the trade-off?
Well, who's the rest of the players?
You act like you can't go out and get anybody else.
No, I'm just saying right now he's playing with anybody else and he's still not doing nothing. They ain't getting to the championship. I look at him like this here.
Who's better, CJ McCollum or Julius Randle?
What?
Who is a better sidekick, CJ McCollum or Julius Randle?
Shit, CJ McCollum with Dame. Look at his records.
I just came back. What are we talking about?
I just came back. What I just missed?
So I'm just saying, if you think that Damian Lillard fits better with a Julius Randle than CJ McCollum.
Look, CJ
I still stand with my point, not thinking. I still don't think that Dame and Randle will work together.
I personally don't, but here's the thing. I don't believe that.
The only way I can see Dame on this team is, and it's not personal, but the only way that the Knicks will still be able to function without, because if you put him on the team and you keep Randle and you're going to trade away your bench and everything, I think that you're going to backslide. The only way I think that you can stay relevant and it won't be the first year that he came is if Randall is in the trade.
So I'm gonna go over some
Wait,
of
can
the
I say
last.
something about that real quick? So when you say like Randall in the trade, the way I think about it is like, why would he go from Portland to New York to play with R.J. Barrett and Obi Toppin?
Because you know what? It's that.
Because if you're him, you're not gonna want to come here for that.
But look, I'm saying now, look, I don't think that it would be good for him. You just said yourself that you don't think him and Randall will work. So I'm just thinking money-wise, if you're going to tear down the whole team, I can't see how you're going to build it back with Dame. Only thing you're going to have is some Burks, some Reggie Bullocks, because everything else young that you drafted is going to be gone. Now, that's worth the trade-off. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you're going to have to rebuild that team with this man making $48 million, going to be soon to be making 52. You're going to have to build that team with Burks and Bullocks.
Journeyman.
As starters.
And Tony Snell. And Tony Snell, too.
Tony Snell.
Oh
Tony
my
Snell,
God! Why are
he's
you
gonna be on the
mentioning
Knicks next
Tony
year, I'm
Snell
telling you.
again?
But I want to say something. So is Damian Lillard on the lines of Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah.
Are you talking star power?
No,
Is that the
No.
question?
I'm talking about trade value.
No.
Is he on the lines of Paul George?
No.
He's more than Paul George.
He's more than Paul George.
He's more than Paul George.
Yeah,
he's more than Paul George.
So Paul George has been traded twice, and I'm going to tell you the trade
for a lot.
Hold on, I'm going to tell you the two trade packages for Paul George. The first one was a Victor Oladipo and a young, we don't know what he is, Domantas Sabonis. Right, we didn't know what Sabonis was going to be an all-star then, right?
Who made that trade?
That's when Indiana.
That's when they were both
City.
on the Thunder.
So that's the first trade. The second trade for Paul George was for a young, up-and-coming guard, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Danilo Gallinari, a veteran, pretty good player, 5 first-round draft picks.
To go where?
And 2
to the
first-round draft picks. That's when he went to the Clippers.
So Kev, I'm gonna tell you what your argument breaks down.
This isn't an argument. This isn't an argument. I'm telling you the trade packages.
I'm gonna tell you how
players.
This is how all this breaks down. So depending on what franchise wants these players, they're gonna be willing to offer the kitchen sink. They will, because I want Hoodie Kev to be on my team on this day, and regardless of what you tell me, if you tell me you want something, it was within my power to give you, guess what? I'm going to give it to you because I want Hoodie Kev on my squad.
Well, and I understand that, but saying that, and like case in point, Drew Holiday is not a big star, right?
Nope.
Yeah, they did trade a lot for him.
Eric Bledsoe and 2 first-round picks got Drew Holiday to Milwaukee.
Right.
The Jimmy Butler trade. They got Jared Bayless, Robert Covington, Dario Saric, a 2nd-round pick. You're like, not really? That's what?
How many of those guys pan out?
This is like a couple years ago. They were Covington and Bayless and Saric were.
Yeah, those are all on the Wolves, right? Yeah.
Yes.
No, those were from the Sixers.
Yeah, those are on the Sixers.
Sixers.
Oh.
The Sixers.
Yeah. Are we talking when Jimmy Butler got traded to Miami?
No, when he got traded
to the Sixers.
Okay. I got you.
He signed with Miami. He got traded to Philadelphia.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so it's kind of like, so you look at it like you want to give up something. Like people think that you're going to have to just completely gut a roster, right? Which isn't true. Because Portland knows. See, it's twofold. Yes, you're going to have to give up something, right? You're going to have to give up something. But at the end of the day, you can't outbid yourself if you know that Portland is in a position where they're going to do something anyways, right? See, if you know
what are they going to do?
Portland ports it out. No, I'm saying if Portland says we're trading Damian Lillard, right? That means they have to give. It means the best available package. Right? It's not like I have to come up with King's ransom. If I know I'm competing with the Miami Heat, and I know the Miami Heat are giving, because I know like the Heat don't have draft capital, because they gave all that up for Victor Oladipo. So they're gonna give you the Tyler Heroes, the Duncan Heroes, and Duncan Robinsons, and some second round picks. Or I don't even know who they have. But Tyler Hero will probably be in it. Some other weird pieces, right? So it's like, can I beat that? And that's all you got to do. You don't got to give them the moon. You just got to beat what someone else is offering. That's what it's going to take, because you know Portland is getting rid of him. So I don't have to come with the moon. I just got to come with something that's better than what the other guy's giving.
But we don't know Portland is getting rid of him.
Oh no, I'm saying in the hypothetical that Portland is getting rid of Damian Lillard, I don't have to offer them what they want. I just got to give them something that's better than what the next guy's giving.
Yeah, but guess what? The next guys who want them, they giving up the farm.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but what is the farm that someone else can give up?
It's better than what they got for Paul George. Believe that.
No, the Paul George one was only that much because it was legit right at the end of free agency. The last few, literally like the last hour, and Kawhi said, "I'm only coming here to get me Paul George."
Look what they just gave up for Hart.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, but I'm just telling you. Yeah, but Harden is completely different.
Hold on, Harden basically got, because this is what Houston got. They got 3 first-round picks and 4 first-round swaps, and someone named Rodonius. I don't know how to say that. Crooks.
Yeah.
Crooks. Yeah.
Right. That's all Houston got. They just got some picks. They got 3 first-round picks and 4 swaps.
It's because they made it a 3-team.
Yeah, they made it a 3-team because
LeVert went to Indiana.
Yeah, and Jared Allen went to Cleveland. It was actually a 4-team.
So they wanted.
They wanted all the picks. That's what they wanted.
Picks, which we have a plethora of. So don't think like giving up.
It's twofold though. So to what Duke said was genius. He was like, basically, the Clippers were in a thirsty position to get Kawhi. And Kawhi told them the only way I'm coming is if you get Paul George. So that's the reason
they had to pull the trigger to give as much as they really wanted. Like they couldn't do much. They're not gonna get Kawhi. Like if you can get Kawhi and PG, and they're fairly younger compared to the other players, you do it.
Right. And so what you have to look at it is those draft picks that they gave away were for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
Plus, they didn't have that much of a young core besides Shea. So they weren't really like positioning themselves, like shifting away from a young core.
Right. And then the position that Portland is in is not the position of grand closing. They're in the position of grand opening, because Stephen A. Smith himself said that multiple teams called Portland inquiring about Dame Lillard, and not Portland called multiple teams trying to trade Damian Lillard. So it's not.
Ian Begley did say that we already were on calls with him, and that's actually like a trustworthy source.
Right.
They said that like not too long ago.
But like what Freezy was saying,
I don't think he's getting traded though. But if he requests,
like Freezy was saying, people calling about him. It wasn't like they put out fillers about what they gonna trade. That's the thing. I know they probably.
The thing Stephen A. said is not that they're listening to 7 teams, is that 7 teams are able to try to trade for him. That's what he said.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny about this whole conversation.
But it is with a grain of salt. I know you're gonna say because it's Stephen A. But
exactly.
But the thing is that there is truth. There is truth into that too, because there aren't that many teams that could trade for him.
There is, but this is what I want us to keep in mind, right? And I'm a proponent of taking things circle it right back around. We watch the toilet bowl when we flush the toilet, how it swirls around. I'm gonna bring it back to the original. The original conversation, the original question that Hoodie Kev asked was this: why is it that the New York Knicks and the New York Knicks fans cannot push towards a team that gets wins on a consistent basis? And Kev, again, I don't want to misquote you, so if I'm saying something wrong, please correct me. But what I heard was, why can't we as a team be able to go out here and get easy wins, right?
Something along those lines. I just feel like, because here's the thing. They're saying if you give up the pieces that you've had that got you to 41-31 this season,
right?
What you've built up, then and I'm guessing this is the notion. Like if you give up the pieces that got you to 41-31, that is going to be different next year. And it's like, well, one, that's obvious. Two is what you bring in is going to have a greater impact than what you gave up.
Right.
That, I think, is where the dialogue gets confusing. Because it's like, if you give up an Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly, a Mitchell Robinson, right? Kevin Knox, RJ Barrett, whoever, is going to be different from what you saw. And they're thinking that different is just bad because it's been bad in the past. But that's where I think the mindset needs to change. If you claim you trust Leon Rose, World Wide West, and Tom Thibodeau, then they're only going to make moves that are going to be positive in the outcome. So if you have to give up said players,
objection, Your Honor. Objection. So first of all, how in the world can you predict the outcome before the outcome happens?
That's what you're doing. No, that's what you're doing.
Wait. This is crazy. This is
how
crazy.
How is it
talk.
crazy? Because
you're saying you're gonna know what the outcome is before the outcome happens. Secondly,
but that's what everyone is doing.
Secondly, you're assuming that the players that you're trading away will not get any better. You're assuming that Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, and all those guys will not take a growth spurt from year one to year two. Yes.
No. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Why you saying
that's not exactly what not what I'm saying.
Right. I feel you, but let me finish. So the thing is
can I say objection and it's cut in because that's what you did,
bro? You were talking for like 4 minutes. You were talking for like 4 minutes, bro.
This is like the first time I've talked in like 45 minutes. I legit haven't said one word in like 45 whole minutes.
That's kind of true. That is kind of true.
That's true.
And now I've been talking for 4 minutes and I've been talking too much. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Uncle Freezy. This is your show. You the boss. I'm gonna go back to doing this because I ain't said not one word in almost an hour.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is this about what Hoodie Kev just said. You can't. Part of that is true, and part of it is false. You can't say just because you trade for Damian Lillard, your team is going to be better, right? Just because you operate under the assumption that a team that won 41 games last year can't win 42 games next year. That's what you're operating under the assumption of.
No, that's not what he said, Freezy.
That's not what I'm saying.
That is what he's saying. He's saying
no, I'm not.
What he was giving away.
What he was saying was this here.
Nah, he said Rob, he's saying what we're giving away is not equal to what we're getting back in return.
No,
that's not what I'm saying, Uncle Freezy.
Uncle Freezy, what he said was this. He said that if we was to get Damian Lillard, that we would have to trust the front office to get the pieces of the ones that they traded away to put together to make it that we would have a better record, that we would have to trust Leon and them, because it's going to bleed the roster. So you're trusting that we got to get the rest of the team in free agency. That's where you was going, Kev?
Yes, it's you at like if once you get Damian Lillard, you're just going into the season with 3-4 players. And that's not what it is. If you get Damian Lillard, I'm agreeing, right? If you get Damian Lillard, then clearly the rest of the roster is also going to be filled out. And we don't know what the rest of the roster is going to look like.
But to tear down the whole roster just for one player,
the whole roster is already torn down because you only have 6 players under contract anyways.
Okay,
so it's not like you have not like you're trading 8, 9 players.
You gotta build up. But look, you're gonna still okay, we can agree that you're gonna lose about 3 of them of the 6 in the trade. Okay, so now you're talking about you got 3 players and you got to fill out a whole roster and this free agency. So therefore, you will have to know that there's players out there that can fit. And this is supposed to not be a good free agency. So you also taking that chance.
The thing about it is, what teams
The
have
thing
done.
about it is that that's not true, because you're not just trading 3 players for Damian Lillard. Because you trading 3 players plus draft picks.
And pick. Yeah.
But you can't count the picks because you don't know who the picks are.
Right. You do count the draft picks.
The picks haven't been on the team. Right?
But the picks
so they haven't counted against what you had.
This is lunacy to me. Bro.
How? You can't count picks. You can't count players in the future from something that you already had in the past.
If you let me finish, I can explain it to you. You keep jumping in randomly. This is like lunatic talk, bro. The 2021. Okay, you gonna let me finish, or you gonna keep jumping in?
Ahead.
Like, so the thing is, the 2021 draft is happening this year, regardless if we make a trade or not. So to say that the 2021 draft pick, those players are not going to be on the roster is ridiculous. Those players are going to be drafted, whether they're drafted by us or by Portland.
Yes.
Those players are gonna be drafted. So
but what does that have to do? What does that have to do with what the Knicks had? That's what I'm saying. I can't count them because we haven't had them. They are not live bodies that we have seen this season that got us to 41-31. The live bodies are the Quickleys, the Toppins, the Robinsons. Those are the live bodies that contributed to what we have. I'm not counting them because they are not what we had. Because I don't know what players are going to be drafted when the draft takes place. So I can't count them. Because I can count them as collateral, but that's all it is. It's like going to a bank. If everyone went to the bank and asked for their money back, that's impossible because there's not as much. Did you know there's not the actual amount of money that people have does not actually exist around the world? There's not as much money, physical money. Think about it. There's not as much physical money as if everyone went to the bank and deposited all their money. That's impossible because that actual money does not actually exist.
In hard currency.
In hard currency, that money does not actually exist.
Okay, with that.
So how can you actually count it? You can count it because the money is physically in your bank account. It's a number, so you know it's there. Right?
Right.
But the actual amounts of actual money that's in the world does not exist in hard currency. So how can you count it?
So number one, what you see when you log onto your bank account is different than hard currency. Let's establish that first and foremost, right?
Yes.
So what we're talking about right now is the ebbs and flows of what drives the financial market.
No, I'm comparing it to hard currency being RJ, Obi, Quickly, Mitch, Knox. That's hard currency.
Okay.
That's hard currency I can trade you right now and say, this is the hard currency I'm giving you.
Right.
The draft capital is the digital money that exists.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying now?
Yes, I can
There's
go.
a difference between digital money and hard currency.
So Bitcoin.
The big,
yes.
Bitcoin, yeah, actually.
That's what I'm getting at. The Uncle Freezy got trying to do. Like, that's crazy. This is ludicrous. Like, no.
So, I guess the question, Kev, will be this. Do we subject our current roster going for moving forward to what the potential could be for this team to the Bitcoin type mentality, or do we go with the hard currency?
There's a reason your grandma or your grandpa used to have money in the mattress.
Or in the sock. And you know how they used to do with the sock.
Yes. Right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, hard currency is really what matters.
Right. Absolutely. I agree 100%. So having said that, I think it goes back to the original conversation that we had when we talk about Rob, wake up.
Oh, no, I was looking over here.
Okay. All right. I'm making sure.
You still have my ear, you see?
Okay. You got the ear going on. That's what I'm talking about. So I guess the question would be this. When we talk about hard currency and we talk about the way that our roster is currently constructed and what we perceive to be, because we're not in any of these board executive rooms where these highfalutin executives say, this is what we want to do. We want to do X, Y, and Z. We're not there. But what we are passionate New York Knicks fans. And we have an idea of what should be done in order to make this roster successful. So my question is this. From where we are right now, today, on the 8th of June in 2021, what do you think our, I guess, options would be moving forward?
I don't want anything to consist of. I just want, like right now, year one, keep the ball moving. We need a point guard for right now. Let's get a point guard. All of these names out there is not hard currency. But what we can get is hard currency, and that's something that we need. Dame is not hard currency. That's a Bitcoin. That's digital. He can't come unless somebody lets him out of his contract, and that doesn't seem as though it's going to happen, and I think we spend a lot of time talking about things like that. What we know that we can do, what we know is deal in free agency and draft.
Agreed.
And draft.
Can I put something out there?
Yes, sir.
I've always been fascinated with off-season moves, right? And there's one thing that you can always count on. It's like the stock market. You always know there will always be buyers and there will always be sellers. And what a lot of sports fans don't realize is, okay, you have to pay attention to teams that have a history of doing certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because those are, there's always going to be buyers and there are always going to be sellers. Every season is something that is constant. And so what you have to do is you have to pay attention to who the buyers and the sellers are. Like the Knicks, for a fact, are buyers. Like Miami Heat are going to be buyers. There's like,
I don't know how much they can buy because they're already paying. They got Jimmy Butler, and they just gave that boy a whole bunch of money. I don't know. I don't know if they really gonna be. They're gonna be snipers. I don't think they're gonna be buyers.
I think Pat Riley is shrewd enough to jump on something that is put in front of him.
I don't even
Right.
think he got much to give.
I don't think he does either. So, Kev, I'll ask.
He has stuff to give, and that's where the buyers and the seller markets come in, right?
So, my question, Kev, to you will be this: do you think Pat Riley is a more shrewd businessman than James Dolan?
James Dolan's not the one making moves.
He's the one signing the checks.
Signing checks and making moves are two different things.
Okay,
and that's the case. That's the thing is who's the owner of the Heat?
We don't.
Erickson. That's
no,
Erickson, right?
Is it like Mickey
Erickson?
Anyway, so I'll say the owner of the Heat's more shrewd than the owner of the Knicks.
So Pat Riley is in what position in the?
He's the president. He's basically the Leon Rose of the Miami Heat.
So Leon Rose against Pat Riley. Who we bet?
Pat Riley.
So you go. Pat Riley is a more shrewd of a businessman than a Leon Rose.
Yes, because Pat Riley has a track record. No, in their current jobs.
Currently, right now.
Currently, as over president of basketball operations.
Yeah.
Pat Riley is because Pat Riley has been president of basketball operations for the Miami Heat for 25 years. And he has a track record
I'm just trying
of success.
What is his track record, though?
How many championship rings does he have? How many winning seasons does he have? How many shrewd moves has he had?
Let's start with championship series. How many championships has the Miami Heat had with Pat Riley as president of basketball operations?
All of them.
3.
How many is that?
3.
All of them is not 3.
3.
Okay. All right. So what has he done besides those 3 championships?
How many winning seasons has he put together?
No, that's not what I asked.
It is because that is part of it. Have the Miami Heat been bottom dwellers?
No,
they have not. But what I'm saying is,
and so they have been competitive in his role.
No, Kev. This is what I'm asking. Are we giving out participation trophies right now? So we're talking about winning seasons.
All you can do, hold on, no. All you can do is be able to put your team in a position to win. No one is guaranteed to win a championship. If I'm the president, all I can do is make moves to put my team in the best position to be in contention to win championships. That's my job. And Pat Riley has done his job because he has continuously put his teams in position to win championships.
Okay.
That is what a president of basketball operations does, is can I make moves to help my coaching staff, to help my players, to put them in positions to win championships.
Okay. So we've established factual. They won 3 championships since Pat Riley has been the president of basketball operations, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When was the last time Miami won a championship?
7 years ago.
So how long do you think that his ability to put his team in a position to win championships is going to hold up?
Weren't they in a position last year?
Yeah, they were. They went to the East Conference Finals.
No, they went to the finals.
Yeah.
So they were in position to win a championship.
They were.
That means that they didn't win it.
What's your point?
They were in position to win it.
This is
last
my point.
year.
This is my point. We always talk about legacy, right? And we get so enamored and caught up into the aspect of what someone has done in their past. And that we take their past and we make that their resume. Which I get it.
That's what it is.
It is. I get it. This is what we've done, right? But does that resume meet up with what the current structure of the organization is right now, today?
Whose?
Doesn't match.
They're competitive. You would have to say the Miami Heat is competitive.
No, that's not what I'm asking. That is not the question I'm asking. So look at the personnel and the structure of the organization back in the day. That's different than what we got going on right now today, Rob. It's different.
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
I'm about to explain it to you real quick. So when we talk about what has been done in the past and how that success has been garnered is different than what we have going on right now in the present. So you can build upon what has happened in the past and kind of bring that forward to what's going on right now. So I asked a question with a question, and the question would be this: if we take a Pat Riley as currently constructed with the Miami Heat on a scale from 1 to 10, how would you gauge his efforts as a GM or a president of basketball operations? Right,
top 5,
top 5,
3 maybe.
top 3. Okay, so who are the top 2?
Of when it comes to building a basketball team?
No, from a president of basketball operations.
That's what they do is building a president of basketball operations. That's all they do is build basketball teams.
Okay. So who are your top 2?
The Golden State dude and Ajajiri.
I mean, yeah, you can say San Antonio.
You can say a whole bunch of things, but I want actual
bunch.
factual as to who you saying, who these guys are, and why they are in the position that you think they are right now.
I mean,
Golden State, the Lakers, and then
the Lakers.
Golden State. Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is this. Like I said, if I'm the president of basketball
The
operations,
Lakers just took it.
all I can do is put a team out there that's going to be competitive, that's going to have a chance to win. That doesn't mean they're going to win every year. It means they have a chance.
Okay.
I'm giving my team a chance to win. And it's always fluid. It's always fluid. But at least I know that, hey, I gave my guys a fighting chance.
So who are your top 2?
Oh, man.
I would say Golden State. And because due to injury, because if you really look at Golden State, they did one thing that was smart that nobody else I'd never seen did. And they down years when their player was hurt that caused them injuries, they were still able to grab lottery picks. And they almost got in the playoff this year, but then they got somebody else's lottery pick to get a pick. That's crazy.
It is.
I would say Jerry West, just because of his resume.
Clippers?
I mean, resume, Jerry West goes back.
He's a consultant now.
Yeah,
He's a consultant, but he has a lot of say.
Well, what you said, GM. So that's
yeah. Let's stick with the you know.
I mean, it's very, like I said, it's always a So hold on, let me get this super chat right quick. Thank you, D Hall, for the $2 super chat. He says, "What is your ideal Mitchell Robinson contract?"
We're not gonna get there yet. We get back to that. We're gonna get back to that, but we're gonna stick with the conversation at hand right now.
Like I said, to me, it's just a fluid thing. It's like I said, R.C. Buford, for what he's done since he's been in that position, has been tremendous. Him and Greg Popovich deserve a lot of credit.
Okay.
I think what Pat Riley has done over 20 years has been impressive.
Yep.
What Bob Myers and Golden State has done over the last decade has been impressive.
History. Yep.
So it's not like one season and that's it. I mean, you had an executive of the year, but if you're talking about bodies of work, there's a lot of guys who have very impressive resumes.
I agree.
I mean, Pat Riley is one of them. I can't take credit for what Pat Riley has done in 25 years.
Agreed.
So when you say Leon Rose, to me, he does not have the same cachet or credibility as a Pat Riley.
Because of the history of his...
Because he's only done it 1 year.
1 year. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Not. I mean, you're talking about him as an agent.
Wait a minute. So how we say? Wait a minute. So 10 minutes ago, when it came to trading for Damian Lillard and gutting the roster, we were talking about having faith in Leon Rose, building around Damian Lillard, and right now we're talking about we don't have faith in Leon Rose because he's only done it 1 year.
Mm.
So I'm just trying to follow. I'm trying to follow the conversation. Somebody just help me follow. That's all I'm trying to do.
That's not what I'm saying. What I said is, since he is the president of basketball operations, you have to have faith in him. What the conversation we're having now is Pat Riley better than Leon Rose?
No, but you mean
at his job?
No, okay.
You mean you
in general?
The conversation is what we're having is, well, how it started was when I said Pat Riley is better than Leon Rose. That's the conversation. That's how it started. Because I said Pat Riley is going to make shrewd moves. Because that's what Pat Riley has proven he does over the last 10, 15, 20 years. He has a track record of doing that. That doesn't mean that I don't have faith in what Leon Rose can do. The conversation is, do I think Pat Riley's going to make shrewd moves? Yes, because I've seen Pat Riley do it time and time again.
So at the end of the day, Kev, I think that this is where we are, right? So I understand your points in how we talk about the situation in which we're currently in. But I think where we missed the mark is this. Where Pat Riley may have been great 24 years ago or 23 years ago or 21 years ago, not necessarily today. Because the scheme of maneuver has changed.
That argument would hold a lot more weight if the Miami Heat didn't make the finals last year.
You know what?
If 1 year ago,
man.
Where's that this year?
You made it seem so it's only so you can wipe out everything because this season they lost in the first round.
No, Kev, this is what I'm saying. See, this is where we get caught up, right? We end up talking about semantics. So we end up trying to gauge one season more important than the next.
No, I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is you said 21 years ago he was good. Like the Heat didn't just make the finals last year.
Right. What I'm saying is this.
So Pat.
No, go ahead, Freeze.
What I'm saying, man, the whole Pat Riley thing is ridiculous. Pat Riley is not that good. Pat Riley is fortunate. Pat Riley is fortunate. And so Pat Riley came into organizations that had Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, LeBron James, and we acting like this dude built franchises from scratch. He didn't build franchises from scratch. Dwayne Wade. Now LeBron James and Dwayne Wade were gonna play together.
He built the Miami Heat when he got there.
Man, right? How many championships did the Miami Heat win before LeBron?
One.
Right? We acting like he built a dynasty.
But we didn't win none.
We acting like Pat Riley won 10 championships.
He won 3, and we didn't get none.
Right.
So
not to say what he did with the Lakers.
Listen,
come on, man. You got to give that man his credit, man. That's all I'm saying. I don't even like him, but I don't even like him because of what he did.
I'm just saying. This is
one franchise can't win with LeBron. 3 organizations won championships with LeBron James.
With LeBron James. Come on now. Stop playing. What are we talking about?
My thing is, like I said, is they didn't win a championship last year, but they were in position to do it. That's all I'm saying.
But who won the championship last year?
LeBron James.
Imagine that. And Pat Riley years when he was successful, who was on the team? Who was on the team?
So what? Wait. Well, I'm sorry. I missed it.
I'm sorry. Who was on the team at the height of the Miami Heat's success in their playoff run? Who was on that team?
Dwayne Wade.
LeBron James. But who put it together?
Pat Riley didn't put that together.
That's his job.
LeBron James.
Oh my God!
LeBron James and Dwayne Wade agreed that they were going to play together when they were playing on the Olympic team, and they even wanted Carmelo to come.
Yeah, we know all of that, but the GM still get the credit.
Why?
Because that's his job. He could have said no.
God, you know what? I'm gonna go use the bathroom right now. On that remark right now, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
So my thing is this: don't we give Pat Riley credit for clearing the roster so they can be in a position to sign all three of them, but not having bloated contracts?
Right, and then when the time for the players to come up, they right there that they can strike.
Exactly. I mean, do we not give him credit for that? Because had they had a bunch of bloated contracts on the team, they got all three of them,
and keeping the team with a winning record until it was time to strike. Yeah, you got to give credit to that. That's what we getting ready to have. We got salary cap space, we got everything, but everybody want to throw it away so quick. Not just win it and strike when the iron is hot and win the championship. Getting any superstar when you're not
They
ready.
want to throw it away on Damian Lillard.
But see, like I said, the media put the narrative out there. It wasn't even Nick Nation. We wasn't even thinking about him.
Right.
But once they get it out there, is a source of conversation that everybody feel as though that they got to talk about. When the man just said he's looking for his coach, and then now the guy turned it down. So if he's looking for a coach right now, it's like he's not even planning to leave.
Right.
He's in the search for the coach. It's the media drives people's points. And if you can't get past that, then you're just a slave to Stephen A. Bagley and everything else that's reported. When you got players on their own Twitter account saying, well, I like Jason should be the coach. Now, those are endorsements. That doesn't sound like a guy that's going anywhere to me. He said that he wanted Melo. Guess who wound up important? Melo. So therefore, this man got a word. Why would he leave? He's 30 years old. Don't even put yourself in there. Now, look, he's a hell of a ball player. But if you got to tear down your whole team and rebuild it again from free agency, and we really don't even know what's out there in free agency. You want a Dame Lillard when you one or two players away. We're nowhere close to that.
I was about to say that. That was about that. Rob, I'm glad you said that because that was about to be my next statement.
But aren't you going to be building your team through free agency anyways?
No, we're building it through the draft too.
No.
You are going to have what, 3-4 players?
No. When I build it through the draft, that doesn't mean as though I got to draft a player. That means as though I can use those picks and trade down. I don't need 4 players.
What I'm saying is, Rob, the New York Knicks have. Let me get this. Let me explain to you. The Knicks have 40. The Knicks have to spend. They have no other way around it. I think they have to spend $45 million. Like they have to do that.
Kev, I know that.
So they're in free agency through trades. They're going to get people. They have no other. There's no if, ands, or buts about that.
Kev, I know that.
When you say they're not going to build through whatever,
no,
they're going to because they have no choice.
I'm saying, yeah, Kev, we got 6 people on the roster. We all know that we got to get more players. We all know that.
Yeah,
and they're all going to be drafted.
Don't do that, Kev. We all know that. Why I gotta be literally? I gotta literally say
when you talk about Damian Lillard, right? And you say, oh, if we get Damian Lillard and we got to build our team through free agency, and I was like, well, you were going to do that
but when
anyways.
But you got to get.
Why not do it?
Okay,
but why not do it
45,
with Damian Lillard?
Okay, if you got $45 million and the guy that you want on the team is 50.
No. The Knicks have $58 million.
You just put the number 45, Kev. That's what you just said.
I said the Knicks have to get that just to get to the threshold. That's not how much money. That's not how much money they have to actually spend.
Kev,
But
You're
the
running,
threshold
Kev,
is 45. They
Kev,
have
you
more
running.
money to spend than that.
Hey, Kev, look, Damian Lillard is not going to make us a championship contender.
Is anybody, if we get in this draft next year, going to make us a championship contender next year?
But I tell you what will happen, another year of development for the players, the young players that we got.
Okay, are the young players that we have here and whoever we bring in going to make us championship contenders next year?
No, I just want them to be better.
So they're not going to make us championship contenders.
No, Kev,
and
I just
Damian
want them to
Lillard's
be
not going to
better.
make us championship contenders.
Kev, I just want them to be better because you know what? When they get better, it's going to be less of more payment to somebody else.
So who are you going to get with this $45 million? Reggie Bullock, Alec Burks?
Here we go. Here we go right
You
here.
going to bring Nerlens Noel back?
No. Here we go. So, what is the objective for the upcoming season? Let's start with that question. Let's start there. What's the objective for this upcoming season?
To me, I already said it. Get a starting point guard, number one objective.
Okay. Kev?
The objective is to take the next step.
What's the next step?
To be a consistent winner, to go further than where we went.
Freezy?
Or I'm going to put this, to be in a position to go further than where we went.
Okay. I can buy that. Freezy?
Hey man, I'm tired of knocking my head against the wall, bro. Yeah, I feel like so I was brought up in a way that's different. I was brought up in my mind. The reason why I think a certain way is because I used to see my grandma grow vegetables in her garden,
right?
And certain stuff she couldn't get. She would then go to the grocery store, but stuff like turnip greens, cabbage, all that stuff, man. That's stuff she grew in her garden. She put the seeds in the ground and nurtured it. And then when it came time to harvest, she did that. And then I left that and I went to the military and watched the military replenish itself by bringing in 17 and 18-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? And turning them into, you know what I'm saying, the guys that were leaving. Because at one end, you got guys that were retiring. And then at the other end, you're bringing in new guys to replenish.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Right. And so I'm not in the mindset where you just go shopping just to shop. You know what I'm saying? Like you just go shopping just because something is hot. I'm not in that mindset. I'm in the mindset that you replenish from a base perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like with the Knicks, I feel like the Knicks should replenish based on the draft because it's the cheapest way to get talent. And once you get it, these guys are so new, you can bring them up in your image. If you go out and get a Dame Lillard, you're gonna have to pay for him top dollar, right?
Yep.
You may have to change your style of play.
Yep, based on his
play
performance. Yes,
based on right, and then on top of all of that, you did a 8-for-1 trade. So now you got to go get 7 other guys to bring on the roster.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To backfill a roster. Right? I mean, because you're talking about 3 players, 3 firsts and 2 seconds for Damian Lillard, right? That might get him. Right? That's 8 players for 1. And then if that dude slips on the banana or turns his ankle.
Oh my God.
If he turns the ankle, now you don't have none of the players you traded, nor do you have the player that you traded for.
Yep.
I mean, it happens, and we can't say it don't happen because it happened to Miami with Victor Oladipo. They gave up all that stuff for Oladipo. He tear his squad.
Say that again.
And now they don't have the draft picks, the players, or the player they traded for.
And he a free agent.
I mean, it's risk and no,
And he a free agent.
he
Risk-
want to be
risk
in
versus
Miami. That's
reward.
what he's going to be. It's always going to be risk and reward. I mean, it's always, you can't be afraid of the risk if you want the reward.
So
But now is not the time.
Now
the timing
is
is
the
wrong.
time. Now, right now, we get on Boston. We get on Danny Ainge because we always say Danny Ainge had all those picks and sat on them and didn't do nothing with them. We said this. We said it on this show.
Because he sat on them for 5 damn years.
And what are we talking about? We talking about
This
what are
is
we talking
our
about?
first. Man, look, this is our first year with him.
And what do you? Okay, so you're gonna draft players this year. When are you gonna trade them?
Let me tell you something, Kev. Let me tell you
when
this
are you
right
gonna
quick.
start trading them?
This is what I'm gonna tell you, Kev. Say this. Say we do this now. Just say we do this. Listen, because it might just benefit you. Say we do this. Say Knox get the starting job, right? We bring up a young player under Knox that we getting ready to get in the draft. Bullocks is gone. Burks is gone. We do the same thing with RJ, and then we do the same thing with Quickly. Just say, for instance, it's a wild hair. You give them the starting jobs instead of replacing them with people like Bullocks and Burks in them journeymen. You take this next draft class we getting ready to get, and now they're under the tutelage of Knox and them while he starts.
Right.
And then you add, then you put the rest of your bench through free agency in spot. Because now Knox is a 4th-year player. He's starting. You're drafting.
Right.
After that, you're drafting the person for the second for the second team. Right through the draft.
Right.
You got rid of Bullock. You got rid of Burke. All the people you don't like, and now the people in the draft that we're getting, they're the backups. What you got to say to that?
Oh my goodness. Go ahead, Kev.
Listen.
Stay on point. What you got to say to that?
I don't think that's going to put it. No,
not what you don't know. If that is the case, what do you have to say to that?
We're not going to be championship contenders.
Okay, so, but is it a bad thing?
It depends who you're asking.
I'm asking you.
Yes. Yes, it's a bad thing.
So Knox doesn't deserve the start? Okay, go ahead.
No, not about Knox.
Yes, it is, because those are the only two. Those are the only two positions open. Knox position and the starting guard. You just agreed that Knox doesn't deserve the start.
I didn't say that. I said the overall team building concept.
You said that is not a good idea.
The overall team building concept?
Look. Randall's still there. RJ's still there. Only thing you're doing is putting Knox in that starting position, and you said it's not a good idea.
It's not about, again, this for the third time, I'm going to say this is not about Kevin Knox. This is about the 1 through 15.
Okay, so therefore, you're in an agreement with everybody else. Knox doesn't deserve the start.
Why do I keep saying 1 through 15 and you keep saying Knox?
Because I gave you the scenario where these two people that's coming out the draft can still be on the Knicks team, and then you put Knox in the position. Then I also said you're going to work out the rest of the free agency, I'm going
to make this as clear as I possibly can. If you're asking me, I, Hoodie Kev, do not want any draft pick from this year's draft after the top 5. I don't even know who they are. I don't care nothing about them. What I want.
Well, let me ask you a question. Before you don't want nothing out the top 5. Have you been watching college basketball to see anybody, or you just saying?
Nope.
So therefore,
but I know
you're
this.
running in there blind.
But I know this. Ain't nothing great. Let me repeat this again. Ain't nothing great coming at 19 and 21 from this draft class.
You don't know that because you just said you don't watch college ball.
I've heard people who do.
So you believe everything you hear.
I mean, I take that as a good reference. If multiple people would say something, if I had Rob say, "Hey Kev, it's raining outside," and then G-Man comes up and like, "Hey, I hope you got your umbrella," I'm going to assume it's raining outside.
Hey, look,
I ain't got to see that it's raining. I heard two people tell me, "Hey Kev, you know it's raining, better get an umbrella."
So look, it might be the same people who just watched the top 5 just like you. You haven't done your own homework.
So again, if you tell me it's raining and I keep walking down the hall and G-Man says, "Get an umbrella," I still let me go outside right quick and see if it's raining. Even though I just passed 2 people who's soaking wet and they say it's raining outside.
Oh no!
I guess
so no,
it's supposed to be sunny
no. That don't even make sense. See, because if you seen it was raining outside and you seen, that mean you watched it. You just said you didn't watch.
No, what I said is if I had 2 people tell me it's raining outside, I'm going to take their word for it.
All right, so you just taking any regular Joe down there. So you could get kidnapped at 8 years old and thrown in the back of a van because somebody...
What?
Because you listen to everybody. Because you listen to everybody.
No, everybody's saying don't get into cars with strangers. Ain't nobody saying, you need to get in that car with that strange person.
Hey, nah. He said he had candy.
Hold on. Oh my God. We have gone to the candy reference.
This guy. He haven't watched anything. Going by with
So Rob and Kev, this is what I project to the masses, right? Understand where we are in the Knicks organization and kind of what they're thinking and then what we think they're thinking, right? We don't know what conversations have been had. We are here giving our opinions as to what the Knicks path forward should be. That's what we're doing right now. So I would say, who are the people in our consummate circle that says this is actual and factual? Who are those people? Those are the guys. So there are people in our how should we say, our organization or our, I don't know what the word is, Kev. I don't know.
I don't know
either. I know breaking news today is Kev think Knox shouldn't start.
No,
that's the breaking news for today.
If that's what you took out of my answer, then I don't know what to say.
I asked you. I said, look, the backup is younger than Knox.
And I told you, and it has nothing to do with Knox. The overall team.
You said no. You said no.
Oh my God.
Rob, if that's what you took out of that, then I don't know what to say.
What did he say? G-Man, what did he say?
I could have sworn for several times I said I don't like the overall team makeup.
Said no. I put your foot to the fire and you said no.
Yeah, no, as in I don't look how the makeup of the team is. I even said 1 through 15.
No,
I don't know how much more specific I can get.
I pinpointed it. I even pinpointed it. I said Knox will start and the guy we picked out of the draft will be his backup. You said no.
You said, do I like that idea as in the concept of the whole team?
No, I said no. Starting.
Okay.
That's not what you said.
Okay. This is what we're going to agree to disagree right now. That's what we're going to do right now.
We at the 3:18 and 20. He said that at 3:15 20. I even marked it.
I mean, that's what you got out of it, and I don't know what else to say.
Said it.
Pretty sure that.
So this is where I am with this whole conversation, right? Kev has an opinion as to the development of young players. Rob has an opinion as to
Kev don't want no development of young players. He want to go buy old players.
Yeah, Rob, come on.
I believe that we have developed the overall core. The core that we have already developed is what it is, right?
They not developed.
That really.
What I mean is this:
RJ is not developed. Mitch is not developed. They still got about 2 to 3 seasons before you can say they fully developed.
What I'm saying is Rob is going off somewhere else and not where I'm coming from at all. What I mean is the core that we've drafted over the last three years is what it is. So you take that, and then that's what you build upon that.
They not what they are.
No. So okay. So
you take over, G. I'm gonna be quiet.
So let's do this. Let's evaluate what the current status of the roster is and who controls the roster. Let's do that first. Let's go there first. And who what are those names? Somebody please give me those names right now.
What do you mean?
The names of the personnel that are guiding the team to where we need to go in their aspect. Who were those names?
I mean, clearly that's Leon Rose.
Okay, that's one. Who's two?
No, it's Leon Rose.
That's it.
The buck stops with him, right? That's his job.
So, are you telling me that
he has people who help him make decisions, but the final decisions and say-so is his?
So,
like when you're the CEO, the buck stops with you.
I mean, in normal organizations, I would agree that that's true. So you're saying Leon Rose is the guy. So do you want me to believe that he is not calling Julius Randle and says, "Hey, what do you believe about this and that"? He's not calling Tom Thibodeau and saying, "Hey, what do you believe this and that is going on?" Or he's not calling, whoever the second.
Why do you feel like Julius Randle has the cachet that he deserves for Leon Rose to call him like, "Hey, what you think about this"? When did Julius Randle get that kind of cachet?
He got the kind of cachet.
He can't even get a call from the ref.
Well, he got that cachet when he won the M.
Nah, he's not on that level to where Leon Rose is about there like, "Hey, Julius, what you think about this?" I don't think he's on that level.
Do you really believe that, Cam?
I know that.
You really believe that?
There's certain
I believe that
players,
too.
There's certain players have that cachet.
I wouldn't be calling Julius Randle. I really wouldn't.
Like case in point, the Portland Trailblazers went to Damian Lillard and said, "Hey, Dame, you have any input on who you want the coach to be?" Leon Rose ain't about to go to Julius Randle. Hey, if Tom Thibodeau left tomorrow, Leon Rose ain't about to go, "Hey, Julius, you got some input on who you want the coach to be?"
When they hired him,
I guarantee.
Hey, look, when they hired him, they didn't ask him.
Yeah. Julius Randle ain't got that cachet to where Leon Rose about to get his input.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you this, guys. I believe wholeheartedly that to that point, you have a point, but again, at the end of the day, who's the all-star?
Huh?
Who is the all-star on the Knicks team right now?
Randle.
You an all-star don't mean you got a cachet.
But look, that's superstar status. He ain't no superstar.
That's what you give a superstar. You don't give any all-star that kind of cred.
So here we go. I asked one question that did not lead into the next question. My question was, who's the all-star?
I mean, he is an all-star, yes.
Okay. That's it. That's all. The question was not going to go any further than that.
So are you trying to insinuate that each and every all-star can dictate everything that the organization makes.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Kev.
That is what you're saying, because if Julius Randle can do that, then any and old all-star can do that.
So Kev, are you going to tell me what I'm saying, or are you going to allow me to say what I'm saying?
Okay, please say what it is that you're saying.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. When you perpetuate yourself to a certain level, then you have a certain say. Regardless of how people see you or how they think that you're going to contribute, or whatever the case may be, you have a certain say. And once you get your say, how that's taken, that's totally different. I have nothing to do with that. But the person that has the ability to have a say is, that's what they do. That's where they're allowed to be able to voice their opinion.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
But look, he don't got that. He don't got it. Look, when Rose call him, hey, look, when Rose called Randall, he gonna be like 15 points. That's all we got.
I mean, that's kind of thing like you go to LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard,
most improved,
and Giannis's and players like that. You don't go to Julius Randle.
Hey, G, he gonna tell him this. He gonna say, "Look, well, you got forward to looking up to another award in the postseason next year." Randall said, "What award is that, Rose?" He said, "The most improved again."
That's just. I just don't think that you give any and everybody that kind of power over your organization.
Yeah, not him though.
We're not talking about giving power.
That's what that is. That is power over your. When you involve players, that is giving the. That's like me going to like Chris Middleton and be like, "Hey, Chris Middleton."
He did not just say Chris Middleton, Ron.
Chris Middleton's an all-star, ain't he?
Rob. Oh,
Chris Middleton is an all-star.
He's an all-star.
Go ahead.
So let's say, "Hey, Chris Middleton, we about to make a coaching move. What do you think we should do? I want to get your input since you're an all-star."
He ain't even go to Giannis. He went to Chris.
Chris Middleton, is he not a multi-time all-star now?
Yeah. He told Giannis, he said, "Look, this conversation too big for you. Let me get Chris over here." He said,
"Look, my cell phone. Listen, I can't be having no phone calls to Greece. I gotta call somebody."
He said, "Yeah, let me call Chris. He up the street." Let me. He said, "Nah." He said, "No, look." He gonna say, "Nah, let me call Elfrid Payton. He played with an all-star." And he slipping a Holiday in.
I mean,
But what I will say is this. I will say that our team, as currently constructed and what we have been throughout the course of the season, has not been the most optimistic. Let's say that, right? So we have had people that have not performed up and to the level of what we thought they would be. Case in point, in the playoffs, nobody performed how we thought they were going to play. How we perceived. Nope. What? Name me one player in the playoffs that performed above.
No, you said
OB.
Okay,
OB.
Hold on. What he said is nobody thought they was going to perform the way they did. I knew Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks was going to perform the way they did. I knew that. I've been saying they were going to perform like that for months.
So, Kev,
I think you had the voodoo doll, though, Kev.
So, Kev, what you're telling me is you believed that the New York Knicks would be a lesser performer in the playoff series that we played. Is that what I'm getting?
I can't answer that question.
But you can, but you
No.
choose not to.
Yes,
But
I would choose not to.
I'm going to ask this question again. So what we're saying is Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks did not produce to the fact, based on prior season performance, that they would be able to contribute to the playoff effort. Is that accurate?
I said for a long time. You probably heard me say it. I said when you need them the most. What did I say? When you need them the most, they're not gonna be there.
They're gonna show up. Yeah, that's what you said.
And then when you needed them the most,
they didn't show up. They didn't. But not only them, Randall didn't show up.
No, he didn't.
RJ didn't show up.
He had his moments.
But stop playing. Stop playing with me right now.
If you're going to say he had his moments, you got to say Burke had his moments too.
Exactly. What moments are you talking about right now? Really? What moments?
He was fine in game 5.
Oh, my God. Stop playing. Rob, save me. Save me.
Hey, look, 5 for 17.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You know what? It's amazing how we construct the contributions of players and how they play in a certain series. It's amazing to me. I'm telling you. I'm like this, right? If you suck, I'm gonna tell you suck. If you play well, I'm gonna tell you play well. But at the end of the day,
I told you, RJ hit in Randall's back pocket through the series because he didn't take no credit.
RJ was in the shadows for real. He was hiding in the background, like, hey, he tapped Randall on the shoulder, like, hey, bro, check this out.
Randall was walking down the street, right? He was like, he said he was dribbling down the court. He was like, who that my rucksack moving around? It was the hard. He said, RJ, what you doing? He said, I'm along for the ride.
For real though. Oh my God. Hey, Knicks fans, I'm gonna tell you this, right? And you may be upset with me for saying this. You may be at the end of the day. But I have to be able to sleep well. I don't sleep at all, which is why I'm up at 3:55, almost 4 o'clock. Eastern Standard Time, right? That's why I'm up right now. But I'm gonna tell you this. I give you what's real. What's real is this. Understand where you are with the progression of the New York Knicks basketball team.
Right.
Be real with that, right? So we all have these premonitions of what could be great, what we could bring in to get this and that going on. I don't care nothing about that. I care nothing less about that. The reason I'm here tonight at 3:55 is because Kev is here, Rob the Nick is here, Hadouken was here, and Friedrich was here. That's why I'm here. I'm all about the fellowship to be able to talk about our basketball team, even after the season is over. That's what it's all about for me.
Did y'all watch the show yesterday?
I did not. I'm going to have to go back and watch it.
Rob, did you watch the show yesterday?
I watched some of it.
Did you hear me say who I think the next point guard is going to be next year?
Who? Who did you say? Because I didn't get that.
I had a premonition. I had a premonition. They come true. I think I need to be like a fortune teller or something.
Oh, my God.
I need to start playing the numbers.
Oh, my God. Who is your point guard, Kev?
I see it.
Who?
Just because the market is going to dictate it. And y'all not going to like it. Knicks fans are not going to like it.
I'm going to tell you what just happened that I'm not going to like. My daughter just woke up and I heard her downstairs stirring. And she might come upstairs and hit me in the top of my head and put me to sleep. So tell me, who the hell is this point guard you're talking about? Who is it?
Brody.
Are we gonna pay him $47 million?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Brody.
No,
no, we
not.
ain't. No, we ain't. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, he is.
No, he ain't.
God.
I'm telling you.
No, he not.
That's what's gonna happen.
No, it's not.
Washington's gonna be at a point where they're gonna trade Bradley Beal. They're gonna trade Bradley Beal this season.
Man,
and if they trade Bradley Beal,
they made their little playoff run just like everybody else. They was hurt during the season. They ain't doing nothing.
But how good can Washington be? That's the thing, right?
What you mean? That's Washington's business. How good can we be? Is the business?
No. Like if you listen to this, if you're Washington, you have Bradley Beal, who's at the height of his value, right?
Last year.
Last year's in last year or last year's in this year?
Last year and this year.
Okay. So Bradley Beal's at the height of his trade value, right? So you can get a killing for Bradley Beal. Because like my team, even if healthy in a full season, we are a bottom tier playoff team. Right?
Who's that?
Bottom tier. Washington.
No, Kev, they've been hurt all year. They never got healthy.
The only player they was missing was
no, they was missing people all throughout the season. They've been missing people. All throughout the season, they've been missing people.
But
when they finally got healthy,
when
they finally got healthy, they went on that 17-3 spurt and made the playoffs.
There we go.
So Washington is an elite team in the East.
No.
Who said that?
I'm asking, is Washington?
Who said that?
Okay, if fully healthy, where are you putting Washington in the ranks of Eastern Conference teams?
4.
They can be up there 4.
4.
4. Yeah, 3, 4.
So
4. Between 3 and 5, fully healthy.
Ooh, wow, that is high. That is
super
high.
What you got to make, Kev? I'm just interested.
That is really high.
Kev didn't do his homework on that.
Oh my God!
No. I did, but nobody even had Washington finishing better than Miami. Nobody had Washington. Miami didn't live up to the expectations. So nobody had Washington.
Miami was just who they was. Miami was just who they was. They just caught a break in the bubble.
But
they played teams that they matched up good against.
But you still thought Miami was going to be better than what they were.
No,
and they were still almost tied for 4th in the East.
Not at all. I thought they was a fluke last year, most definitely. And they went back to earth. That's what I thought.
So back to earth is still
7th.
The 4th best team in the Eastern Conference.
But they were 7th.
Where did they finish at, Kev?
Huh?
7th.
Where did they finish?
6th.
7th.
6th. They didn't play in the playing game. They were 6th. They played the Bucks in the first round.
They was a half game. They was a half game out of 7.
The thing about it is they were a half game out of 4th too.
Man, but look ahead. No, they wasn't.
They were one game. We were all tied. We were all tied for 4th. Remember?
They went down.
Miami lost the game. Miami lost the last only reason. No, we finished one game better than the Miami Heat this season. Look it up.
So
that's why we were the 4th seed in the first place.
I guess my question here is this. This is my question. So are we evaluating our I guess success for the season against the success of a Miami Heat franchise?
No, because they're in the same place we are right now, about to be on vacation. They getting their vacation plans lined up.
You say everybody breaking up their team cause of us.
What? No, I'm saying Washington's gonna break up their team because that's what they're gonna do anyways.
Kev, look at here. I don't know what's in them towels or whatever, but I tell you what, nobody taking that $47 million.
No, We said that before, and someone took it.
No, we didn't. This is a whole brand new regime.
No, I'm
The
gonna say
only
us.
47
What
the
I'm
only
saying is
40
us. What you're saying is everyone thought Russell Westbrook was untradeable until he got traded.
Nobody never said that.
People did say his contract was untradeable.
And look, once Russell said he wanted out, he was gonna get out.
My God, what are we
Who you be listening to?
Everybody. There's people who you say is like people thought Al Horford was untradeable, and then they traded Al Horford.
Who?
So, hey, let me ask you a question, Kev. Are these the same people that's telling you about college basketball?
No,
That
these are like national people.
Oh, so you back with them again, huh?
I'm back with them?
Yeah, you back with them again, huh?
I mean,
Kev,
if Adrian Wojnarowski
never said that man's contract was untradeable.
A bad source.
He never said that Russell's contract was untradeable. You didn't hear that from
Westbrook's contract is untradeable. Who has an untradeable contract?
No, you said that.
I'm asking you. No, regardless of what I said, I'm asking you who has an untradeable contract. Are there such things as
nobody
untradeable contract? So you're right. Exactly. So you said ain't no, contract. But Rob just came out and said ain't nobody.
I said no. What I said was I just said that the Knicks wasn't going to pay him $47 million to hog the ball.
How does a guy who led the NBA in assists hog the ball?
Because he's only passing it when he don't make the shot.
Well,
you think he gonna hold on to? Hey, look, we ain't doing that. That man, 32 years old.
32 and still average triple double. Think about that.
Man, look, it's easy to have a triple double when you stealing the ball.
Easy to have a triple double
when you're stealing the rebounds from your own teammates.
Oh my God.
Julius Randle does the same thing, and nobody says anything about his rebounding.
Well, we ain't gonna have two of them on the team.
Hold on for a second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
I don't know what's not Coca-Cola though.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all ages.
Oh look, we just gonna give up all our team for Russell Westbrook, man.
No, we're not gonna do that. We are not gonna do that.
Hey, look, did you hear what I said? Who I thought our point guard should be?
I did, and I do. I agree. So I'm gonna say this: for all New York Knicks fans that are here with us tonight, right? So, hold on. Let me look at Sweaty. Oh, okay. All right. So here we go. Let me get in my position. I'm going to tell you this. If you are a real New York Knicks fan right now, and you are the 75 people that are in the building, I'm going to need you to show yourself. Get the orange and blue up, subscribe, like the content and what you're putting out, and do what we do. You know what I'm saying? I got Rob. Look, I got Rob. Rob is like me, right? I'm sitting up right now. Rob laying down. And for Rob to be here, that's important. That's an important feat.
Look, not for long.
I already know. Look, Rob, I feel you, my brother. I feel what you're going through right now. Yeah. I need for everybody in the chat to go ahead and get that orange and blue up. Get the orange and blue up, subscribe, and like to what we got going on right now. It's 4:06 Eastern Standard Time right now. Stop playing with me. Stop playing. If you want to be taken serious about your Knicks fandom, let's go ahead and do what we do. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Rob, I got a question for you, brother. Mm-hmm. So as we look at the I guess the perpetual avenues of what we can do moving forward, what do you think should be our saving grace moving forward? What should be our mantra?
Get a starting point guard. Let these young players continue to develop. And whatever shakes free, you do. Whatever shakes free, you do. But always stay in the position where as though you're salary cap friendly. You're not.
Absolutely. Oh my! Say that one more time, bro. Say that one more time, please, for me. Say that one more time.
To stay salary cap friendly at all parts of the year, just in case anything happens.
Then Rob don't want to be. Then Rob, you do not want to be. Rob, I'm gonna catch you on something you said.
Ooh, here come Kev.
I'm gonna catch you on something you said, Rob, because you chewed me out the other day. You said the Knicks had the lowest payroll in the NBA, so they weren't expected to do anything. But you said the teams with the highest payrolls are expected to contend for championships. So, Rob, what you're saying is you don't want the Knicks to contend for championships. You want them to be just frugal and mediocre.
No, see, my plan
if your argument was teams got to spend money to be good, then the Knicks should go spend money.
Okay, so now let me explain to you once again, Kev, what I meant by what I said. I told you just like this here. Yeah, we was $92 million. We was the 4th seed. If you don't spend, most teams that win spend money right now. But I also know that there's nothing out there to spend my money on. So I'm not spending it for the sake. Development and chemistry is important. Being that our team, our young players are undeveloped, keep on developing, stay salary cap friendly in case something shakes loose.
My thing is right now is you don't know. You don't know what's going to shake loose on.
It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter what shakes loose because at the same time I'm still developing my young players.
So you don't want to spend money at all. You don't want to spend big money at all this season.
I don't see if it's something out there.
And I said, you don't know. You said, I don't care.
No, I tell you just like this here. The big name free agents I'm not interested in right now. That's out there now. I don't think it's nothing that they can do to to help us go to a championship. But I do feel as though our young players grabbing more development and more chemistry is more important than getting somebody that's not going to do anything for us.
Who is okay? Like who exactly? Because if you're making said 30, let's say $30 million, right? If you're making $30 million, that means you pretty much a somebody, right? Like
I don't think there's a $30 million player out there.
No. What I'm saying is, if you're making at least a minimum of $30 million, that means you've done something in your career to deserve it, right?
Yep.
So anyone in that range, you feel like I'm trying to think of a person that is like just a random person, like
you should, but they give that to anybody. They gave that shit to Haywood from Charlotte. He didn't deserve it.
Because I want to say Lillard, but you don't think Lillard? Because if Lillard became available, you still don't think we should get him?
No.
At what cost?
Now it's at what cost?
Of course, you damn right.
It's always about the cost.
It's always about the cost.
But Rob just came out and said if somebody comes available worth us getting.
If I got a 47, let me put it like this here, Kev. If I got a $47 million player on my team, I need to be going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Or I'm gonna get fired.
I'm not having no $47 million player get knocked out in the first round.
Oh my God. Sweet.
I'm not doing that.
Sweet Jesus.
Why is it guaranteed that if you had Damian Lillard, you're gonna get knocked out in the first round?
He just got knocked out in the first round.
What happened in Portland That don't mean it's gonna happen in New York.
Hey, look at here. I already said, Kev, there's no players out there that I'm gonna pay that money to in free agency.
Just because he got knocked out in the first round in Portland means he's automatically gonna come to New York and get knocked out in the first round in New York.
I just said, Kev, look, if you listen to what I said about free agency, I don't think there's anything out there that will help us. We got to give away what I think is going to help us in the long run to get him.
I think if you have a Randall and a Lillard and an RJ, probably a Mitch, and a Knox in the starting lineup.
Don't you think that's going to the trade?
Who, Mitch and Knox? No.
They're gonna want RJ and Mitch and probably Obi.
I think if you put a boatload of picks in there, you don't have to put as many. Picks? I think the more picks you get means the less live bodies, I think.
Man, look, they ain't gonna want the picks. They gonna want what's already there. They gonna want Mitch.
Because look at Oklahoma City and the Clippers, right? That was just a slew of picks. They had two okay players.
Man,
they had a young Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they had Gallinari.
That's for Paul George.
A whole bunch of picks.
Look, that's Paul George.
We just said Paul George and Damian Lillard on the same level.
No, we didn't. We said that. No, we didn't. We said Dame was better.
No, we had all agreed that was on the same level of trade.
No, you said that. Everybody else didn't agree with you.
Everyone else did agree.
No, they didn't.
We said he was on the level of Kawhi, but on the Dame, on the Paul George thing, that was like the same level, that was the same value.
Dame is not Dame is way better than him.
I didn't say he wasn't. I said on the level of value, it's about the same.
No, they not. No, they not. They not. There's two different levels.
How is that two different levels?
Because Dame is a better player. Paul George don't show up in the playoffs. Dame does.
Apparently, Dame Lillard does. If you listen to everybody else, Dame Lillard doesn't either.
Well, no, I don't know nobody who said. I don't know who you be listening to, but I ain't heard nobody say that.
Knicks fans like, he don't show up in the playoffs. We don't want him here.
Anybody who said that don't watch basketball, and I don't give them no credence to that.
On all Knicks Twitter.
No, they don't.
And they be like,
see, that's your problem.
The main reason why they don't want Dame Lillard Knicks is he don't show up in the playoffs. He costs too much money.
Broaden your horizons. Stay off of Knicks Twitter.
I'm just going off what Knicks fans say.
Yeah, but Knicks fans, because they just looking for ways not to spend the money other than just saying that it's not time to spend the money. I'm not going to make him look bad because I don't want to spend the money. He's a hell of a player, but we're not ready for Dame time yet.
I think the moment is now, Rob.
Well, then guess what? You're going to have to just keep on thinking the moment is now. We got 1 year. This is our first year with a good record. The team is still undeveloped, and somehow you think it's time.
I mean, you don't know what they gonna do next year. They keep saying they undeveloped maybe this year, but who says they're not gonna be ready next? Who says RJ not gonna be ready next year?
Well, then RJ will be gone in the trade for him.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they'll say, hey, we'll take Quickly and Obi.
Look, if they see young players on the roster, why go get draft picks when I got young players?
Because you can get your own players.
No, that will be, look, I can mold those players right there. 1 year in, 2 years in, I can mold them into be whatever I want them to be. And
so hold
what?
on. So you rather have, let's like saying I started to build this mold.
I'd rather have Obi than the draft pick.
I started to build this mold, and I was like, nah, you can go ahead and take it. Or I can just give you a lump of clay and say, here, you take it.
Yeah,
you want the mold that I already started, or do you want a fresh mold of clay?
Hey, look, check this out. I got a lottery pick and a 25th pick that played like a lottery pick for an 18th pick and a 21st pick that I want to mold. Nope, I'll take that 25 that should have been a lottery and that 8 that showed promise, and you go draft again.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I know.
So as Kev has retreated to the kitchen.
I don't know who he think he talking to.
So as Hoodie Kev has retreated to the kitchen, what I'm gonna say is this, right? And I'm gonna be off this conversation after this because I got to get up at a certain point in life. And oh my God. And what we got going on right here is this. I appreciate the passion and the observations as to what we have going on with our team going on into the off season, right? But what I don't want us to do is get caught up in the norm as to what we've been doing as Knicks fans. That's not what we are right now. That is not where we are. If you are in that mindset, I'm gonna need for you to go ahead and dump your head in some water or whatever the case may be, and to revive yourself. The New York Knicks right now are an anomaly as to what can be moving forward. My question is this: if you are truly, and I'm not the person to question your fandom. That's not me. That's not what I'm here to do. But I would ask this: if you are a fan of the New York Knickerbockers, make yourself known. Make it known where we want to be and kind of how we want to finish the season at the end of the day. That's what I'm looking for right now. You don't have to go to bed tonight and figure out what your fandom is. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you to solidify what your point of views are, and we can have a discussion. I'm telling you, that just makes us better at the end of the day. Rob the Nick, that's my dude. That's my guy. That's the dude that keeps me circumspect and to so every once in a while I've been known to go out on a tangent, right? I have, but Rob the Nick, he reels me back. Look, he puts a hook in me. He's like, come back here, and he reels me back in, and that's what I need. That's what I need. Hey, look, there's nothing better for brethren to dwell together in unity. And that's what we're doing right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got going on right now. Freezy is probably working. I know Kev's working.
I'm right here.
Rob, hey brother, let me tell you this, man. You my dude. You my dude. You my man.
My guy. You know you my guy.
You my man. 50 grand, right?
That's right.
So where I can contribute, I will. So let me know what you guys need from me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm off the conversation. At this
Hey,
point.
look, we need Kev to put on his parachute next time he jump out of a plane.
Listen, I'm like Captain America. I don't need no parachute. I'm just jumping out.
Go slap rock right on that mountain.
Captain America ain't need no parachute.
So Kev, this is what I gotta ask you. And I'm gonna ask you this, and this is probably maybe this put you on Front Street. So when are you coming to Orlando to visit the theme parks?
My work schedule, as you can see, does not really allow me to.
It's complicated. I get
do as much traveling as I would like to.
I get it. I get it.
I wish. Hopefully, my workload will decrease in the next couple of weeks.
Right.
And hopefully I'll no longer have to be at work when I do Knicks at Night podcast anymore.
Okay.
Of course, that might be wishful thinking.
Okay, they're gonna have you in there folding them towels off.
So Kev, this is what I would tell you, my brother. This is me and you, right? So when you decide you want to come to Florida visit, call me, and I'll make sure that you got you in charge of all the glitz and glamour that is I guess reserved for those highfalutin individuals that come and visit. But I want to make sure you have a good time.
You know, my nieces begin. I have 3 nieces, and I promised them I was going to take them to Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
But then work happened, the pandemic happened, and it's like, oh, we'll go. I promise you, but I just haven't really sat down and kind of maybe next year when I build up some vacation time,
Gotcha.
My whole thing is this, and this is where I come from. What I want is for my Knicks is I want something that we haven't had in my lifetime, right? And that's grandeur.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I want the grandeur of saying the Knicks have a top player. You know, I want because like case in point, like this, like Julius Randle made the All-Star team, right?
Right.
Even in the All-Star game, Julius Randle was an outcast in the All-Star game. He was like you're in the club, but you're not in the club.
That's a fact.
And all I want is one of those players that's in the club, the elites. That's what I want. And I thirst for it. I crave for it. I'm tired of watching superstars on other teams.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care how they got there. They're just on other teams.
Right.
Whether they're traded, drafted, developed. I'm tired of just having second class players. The Reggie Bullocks, the Wayne Ellingtons, the Aaron Aflalos, you know, the washed up Taj Gibsons.
Right.
You know, so excuse me if I want a player that has some cachet. And if that's a 32-year-old point guard who averages triple doubles but can't shoot, but guess what? He got that name.
True.
Everybody know who Russell West. I didn't remember the thing about this. I didn't even say his name. I said Brody, and you knew exactly who I was talking about.
Exactly. Yes.
Think about it. I didn't even say his actual name.
I did.
And you knew exactly who I was talking about.
I did. I mean, so to your point, I would say this, and I would finish up on the mantra that I set aside going into this conversation. New York Knicks fans, I would ask you to be realistic in your optimism moving forward and knowing what we're doing, right? The fact that at 12 o'clock midnight on Eastern Conference Standard Time, you have individuals that are willing to go on live and hear your conversations and your concerns and then address them. Oh my God, that's huge. That is huge. If I knew I was getting my voice heard every night, oh my God, that would be huge. But at the end of the day, it's all about making our team that much more successful. So I say this. Let me get in my position because people have been asking for this. So let me get in my position. I would say this. If you are solidified in your opinion on what we need to do moving forward, make your voice known, put it in the chat, send it up so that we can continually talk about what we got going on right now. Because so much of the time we don't. We have opinions and we voice our opinions, but we want to hear from you, the fans, as to what you got going on. So I'll say this. I would say that the Knicks will be at the forefront of everything that's going on in the free agency this year coming up. You heard it here first. So, Kev? So you brother?
I mean, like I said, I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We might want it to, like, the older guys want to draft. And here's my thing. I've been through the draft.
Oh.
You know, I feel like we've got our drafted players.
Right?
I feel like, hey, RJ, Knox, Obi, quickly, hey, that's it. We drafted enough.
Right.
Mitch, now it's time to go out and get the big fish. Now is the time to go out because we got the drafted players. Like, and if you let this moment pass you by, it might not come again.
Right.
And so, and that's what happened. Like Boston drafted. They drafted Tatum and Brown and Marcus Smart. And they tried to get they brought in Isaiah Thomas. That didn't work. They brought in Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
And then they got Kimba. But they've been trying. Like they drafted and they spent money. Right?
They did. Yes.
They didn't say let's draft and keep drafting. They drafted and then they spent money.
Facts.
The Knicks have drafted. Regardless of whether you think they've hit on these players or not, they have drafted.
Yeah, they have.
And now is the time to spend the money. You spend the money because you have it. And you're not going to let it just burn in your pocket because, I mean, what are you waiting for at this point in time? What are you waiting for? You can't keep waiting for next year? And then you that care, and then you can wait for next year?
This pains me to say this. It does. But I agree with everything that Hoodie Kev just said. Everything that he just said. Because that's actual and factual. Right? So when we talk about how we're going to move this team forward, what is the foundation? If your foundation is not secured into the fact that you are bought into the people that are currently in your roster, and there are some people that are expendable based upon what we're going to do moving forward, that's a problem. That's a problem. I don't care how you slice it up. That's a problem.
I look at it like this. Like people are like, oh, I want to trade Mitch. Mitchell Robinson's grow a dime a dozen. I mean, we like Mitch because Mitch is a Knick. But there's a lot of Mitchell Robinsons out there.
A lot. You're right.
So it was like, what? If you trade Mitch, you can find somebody else, right? Yeah. Knox is my dude. I have gone to bat for Kevin Knox.
Woo. Many a days.
The only person who is probably Pete Rose has got more at bats than me when it comes to Kevin Knox.
I got you.
And it's like if Knox has to go, and yeah, I'm saying it, if Knox has to go to make this team better, then hey, it was nice while you were here. You always be my boy, but hey, if Portland say, hey, I'll give you Damian Lillard for Kevin Knox, I'll be like, well, Kevin, we got you on this flight to Portland at 7:45. I'm gonna have you the best service to get you to the airport. The best service to get you there. Don't worry about moving your stuff. We got the best moving company. They're gonna get all your stuff across the country. We got you.
I understand 180%, and I'm at the same place. What I want from this team moving forward is for us to be able to solidify I'm not going to say a championship team, but a playoff team. Based on where we just came from. I need to be a playoff team.
My thing is this. Everybody keeps saying, oh, we were the 4th seed. We overachieved. Okay, yeah, we were the 4th seed. We can say we overachieved. But why would you then want to take steps back?
You don't.
You don't.
We're not going back.
And that's the only thing I'm coming from is I just don't want to take a step back.
No.
And so if getting Damian Lillard, if my thought is Damian Lillard is going to help us take, and we may not win a championship if we got Damian Lillard. But I feel we would be closer with Damian Lillard than we would be without him.
I agree. And this is my, I guess, I have not given my take on Damian Lillard all night. And this will be my take. I don't want to overpay for him. I believe that he will be an asset to our team, but we need to figure out where he fits and if that fit is legit. Because what I'm not going to do is this. I'm not going to overpay for something that I can get for a lesser price.
You ain't gonna get Damian Lillard type of. That's the thing. If I got a Toyota Camry,
Yep.
right? I went to the lot and got a Toyota Camry.
Yep.
I can't sit here and complain like I should have got the Mercedes.
You would have went to a Mercedes dealership and bought a Mercedes.
Yes, I got the Toyota Camry.
Right.
And then I can't complain like, oh, this stupid Camry. No, because that's what I went and got when I knew I could have got the Mercedes.
Right.
So do you want the Camry or do you want the Mercedes?
So let me ask you this, Kev. Do you feel like moving into the season, the upcoming season, we need to be on the Mercedes lot versus Camry lot?
Yes.
Okay. Having said that, what are you willing to, I guess the question will be, what are you willing to sacrifice at this point?
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Because here's the thing. As nice as this season has been, what has the players we have gotten proven to us?
Nothing? They're journeymen?
Even the kids, and I love the kids. I love the kids.
They're all journeymen.
It's just, with them, it's like, I feel like y'all can be something. Like, I feel y'all can be something. The question is, do I have the luxury to have the patience to wait for that to happen?
So, Delano still asks, would you trade Knox and a pick for Robert Covington?
No, that's dumb. Why would I do that?
He asked me, Kev. He didn't ask you.
Oh, I thought you were saying that as in he asked me. I'm sorry.
No, it says.
I'm sorry.
Something that he asked me.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying, when you said it out loud, I thought you were just asking that question.
No.
I'm not reading the chat.
He asked me. I'm all in the chat. So what I would say is, Delano, I would think about it, and then be that decision would be predicated off of what we have done thus far, and then what our objective will be moving forward. That's important. That I don't think a lot of people taking it. Oh, Rob, are you awake? Rob, look at me. Rob, blink, blink, blink.
Where's he Rob at?
Oh, I'm looking at my. Oh shit! Shoot. I'm looking at my screen. I got Rob on the screen, and you talking. So okay, let me not look at that at all. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. I feel like I'm.
Give me one quick second.
Yes, sir. So while Kev is on his hiatus, I would say this, Delano. No, I would not make that trade. And my trade would be predicated upon what we have currently and then where we want to be moving forward. I think that's important. We can throw a whole bunch of names out there, a whole bunch of players out there of who's going to be free agents, who's not going to be free agents, or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, it's about us building our franchise. That's where I am right now. I'm about building a franchise. Swaggy OG, yes, I am. You know, this is testing my limits for real. But you know what? I'm here for the people. Nope, I'm not going to sleep right now. Look, I'm alive and well. Where's my? Hold on. Let me tell you something. I got wings, baby. Listen, I got wings. I got wings. Don't play with me right now. I got wings. Y'all gotta be up at this hour tonight. And the fact that you're here with me, I love it. 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 But guess what we're about to do right now? This is what we're about to do. I need the orange and blue up in the building right now. Orange and blue up in the building. and salute the fact that you understand and you enjoy the content that we got going on right now. Whether you agree with it or not, you enjoy the content. So let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's get the orange and blue up in the building. Let's do this. I need some. Listen, G-Man, go to bed. It ain't healthy. So you may be right. You may be right, but guess what? It's all good. What I want to see is the orange and blue in the building, and salute the doggone Nick at Night podcast. Let's go ahead and solidify what we got going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, we got to do better than this. Really? So you telling me that the 73 people in here are sleeping right now? They don't have a voice, and this is all about creating a voice for the voiceless. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go. I need the orange and blue in the building. Let's go. Let's go. Kev.
All right. Whew, Lord have mercy, I'm tired. All right. Sorry, what were we saying?
I forgot what the conversation was about, but
so I'll tell them my theory. Like I said, I truly believe that Washington is going to be a seller this year. I do.
Washington State or the Washington Wizards?
The Washington Wizards, formerly the Washington Bullets.
Ooh. We don't care about them. Do we really?
We care because this is the thing, right? The Knicks can't go into next season and just draft some more players and bring in a different set of journeymen, right? Different players, different journeymen, same type of players, right?
Do we think that that's their mentality?
No, I'm saying that's something they can't do. They can't even bring back the same journeyman because you know that team is not good enough.
I do. I do.
And I hope that Leon Rose knows that, hey, that y'all aren't good enough collectively.
I think he does.
It's just been proven. It's on tape. So you can't go back in and you have 2 draft picks like you did last year. You had a bunch of money like you did last year. So he's like, maybe we just try the same formula but bring in a different type of journeyman. Then that's not going to work either. That's not a good recipe. So what can we do to be better? Right? And you put it out in the universe, everyone is now expecting you to make moves to be better. Right? The expectation is for you to at least stay on the same level of competition. So next year we're going back into a normal season, normal 82 game schedule. It's not going to be as condensed. The conditions are going to be the same. Hopefully, arenas will be back full. Travel will be normal. Blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So if you want to stay at the same, or you want to stay at the level of expectation of productivity that you had, if not greater. And so the onus is like, okay, what moves can we make? See, we don't dictate them. The market will dictate itself, right? The market will dictate itself. The only thing that Leon Rose can do is just be in position to take advantage of the market.
Okay.
So if, let's say Portland's like, okay, we're not making Damian Lillard available. Right. But Washington says we're making Russell Westbrook available. The market then shifts and Russell Westbrook becomes the biggest name, the biggest talent on the market.
So I guess the question would be, what do we want from the market from an organizational standpoint? What are we looking for? Because when we talk about who these fictional characters are, they're out there, they're saying that, if I have the ability to come into an organization and contribute, I'm with it. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for that. I really don't at this point in my career. And I'm not an NBA player. I'm not the person that is looking to solidify my legacy. That's not mine. That's not me. At the end of the day, it's about what are you willing to sacrifice for an organization. That's what I'm looking at. If I'm a front office executive, to say, what are we doing? That's why I'm at, really. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Kev, I believe this, right? And we agree to disagree on a lot of things. But a lot of things I think we are steadfast on. And I say this. At the end of the day, we need to be, what's the word I'm looking for? We need to be proactive and moving forward into what we have established thus far. So our, I guess, foundational aspect of what the roster should look like, we start there. Would you agree, or would you have a different outlook?
You said that is our foundation already here?
No. What I'm saying is, where we are right now, based on the roster as currently constructed. I don't know what discussions are being had in the front office to decide what we need to do moving forward. But as the front office is currently constructed, where do you think that we are, and what do we need to do moving forward?
We have to keep up. Knicks fans are in a high right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the front office knows it. That's why James Dolan raised the ticket price. Like, oh, Knicks fans we're in a high. We're good. We have to keep that. We have to keep the interest there. We have to keep this level of Knicks fans where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And the Knicks got in the second half. We had a whole lot more nationally televised games in the first half.
We did.
Right?
Yep.
So you want to keep that. You want to, like, if I'm them, like, hey, we got to stay on TV. We want that Christmas game again. We ain't been, Knicks are always on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
That was a tradition.
I agree.
What we got to get back there. What can we do to stay on that level? What can we do? The Knicks have to get a marquee name.
Wow. It's amazing that you say that. It's amazing that you say that. And what name would that be? What name would you go after right now, today?
I mean, obviously, Damian Lillard is the big name that's been bandied about.
Yeah,
right?
it has been. It has been. And I'm gonna tell you this. I want you to put this in your kit bag and think about it for a minute, right? So when people talk about a marquee name, usually the marquee name that we talk about, not the name that we get. So I want you to think about this. What would it take from a financial standpoint, from a personnel standpoint, from a draft pick standpoint, from an overall cap space standpoint? What would it take to bring Damian Lillard along our progression based on what his projected contracts will be moving forward? and what would it cost the Knicks? You don't have to answer that question. I just want to think about it for a minute, because I know the way that we've orchestrated this conversation throughout the night. We've talked about Damian Lillard and how he could benefit us, but I have to believe in my heart of hearts that the front office and those executives have drawn a line in the sand that says, I will not be fleeced. You will not get more from me based on value for what we're talking about, whatever the deal is, that what we're gonna agree to. That's not gonna happen. I truly believe that is where we are right now. That's just me. Just me. Your thoughts?
I would counter that and say, do they have a choice?
They being the Knicks or they being the opponent?
They being the Knicks, do they have a choice?
I think they do.
We know we need somebody. We know we need an upgrade of an infusion of talent, of elite talent.
I agree. And the fact that the New York Knicks front office cannot afford to sit idly by on their laurels and say, okay, well, we're going to win on this person, that person. No, you got to be aggressive to go out and get what you need. But I think, having said that, when they do, when they make that step, we're still going to be critical. But I think that moving forward, that the front office understands that their role is not necessarily congruent to what happened last season. Last season, you had a little bit of a buffer, right? To say, I'm coming in, it's a new thing. I don't really understand what Kev did on this, that, and the third. So I'm gonna figure out where this is and make that time is gone. We were okay with you being the front office not making any moves to say this is where we kind of want to go and build from here. That didn't happen either. So where we are now is all that we just talked about, that's done. We don't care about none of that. What we care about right now is you have X amount of picks. You have X amount of free agents out there. And then you have X amount of cap space that you can sign people. So my question, as a healthy heterosexual person that says, what is it that we're doing? My question, hey, Knicks, what's going on? Let me know. If you can. If you can't, we got a problem. Just my luck. Just my luck. But Kev, I would tell you this. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, brother. I got to get some sleep.
Yeah,
I got to be up and
how I'm going.
Okay. I got to get some sleep, but hey, it's a wonderful thing for me to be on here with you and get your takes and kind of distribute them to the masses and get them to understand. Because, for all you people out there, I'm going to say this, Kev, before I get off. I'm going to say this. For all you people out there that have significant hate for Hoodie Kev, this is what I need for you to do. I need for you to actually sit down and listen to Kev's takes. Listen to where he's coming from. Listen to where he thrives in the foundation of an argument. And make a legit argument. Don't come out here with just a random opinion. Everybody has an opinion.